Hello and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Saturday night, which means it's finals night, and we're going to put our first name into the Series 4 Champions League Roll of Honour. We've seen a week full of drama, every single dart counting, and this is exactly what we've seen. Well, Ryan Palmer made his way through Group B. He won every single game on his opening night's affairs. The Lion has got his share into Saturday night's final. As for Danny Lauby, he came through second in Group C. The quick-paced American will be hoping for a quick start tonight. As for Wesley Harms, he made it through second in Group B. He nearly went through on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, but missed out after losing to Lee Cox. As for David Evans, well, he was the premier player when it came to Group C. Now, he won every single game on the Thursday session, then did his fair share on Friday to get through. Rob Collins was the man to beat in Group B, was the man of steel, and he'd be hoping that he's got that little bit of steel in him tonight to lift the trophy. But Moreno Blom actually made it through Group A in the end. He had to rely on a 4-0 scoreline. He did exactly that. And watching it with me has been primetime Matthew Edgar. Man, what a week we've seen.
After last week, Champions Week, and having Luke Littler here and the way he was playing with those bullseyes and those sort of headline catching darts, it had the feeling like it could be a bit of a sort of letdown, like a restart and a reprocess, obviously, as we begin at the start of this week again. But actually what we've seen this week is a really good contested week. We've seen battles all the way through. The groups haven't been contended till the very, very end of these groups. It's been a really good, intriguing group with a fantastic finale tonight. Well,
let's see how week one has panned out there. And these are some of the top tier stats. We'll go group by group. We'll begin with Group A couple of ton-topping averages in there, but a heck of a lot of 90-pluses in there as well. We saw a really good standard, I felt, in Group A.
Yeah, and I think realistically across the whole board, there's two things that really stand out for me. One is the amount of maximums. We've had a really good group of big power scoring, and the maximums feel like they've been at the very best this week. Also the tumblers checkouts as well. That's been something that's been really stretched and spread out across people as well. Plenty of tumblers, and I don't just mean the low ones, the hundreds and the 101s. We've seen some really good checkouts across this week, and I think that's going to really continue throughout this group.
Was Group B a tale of two halves, where Thursday maybe we didn't quite see the best of the players, whereas yesterday, even though we saw a lot of quick games, we saw better performances?
I think one of the things we've seen is we've seen no one dominate this so far in terms of Group B, C or Group A, and with that just changes the whole format. We get a bit more nerves with that, because actually then you start tracking the table, and ideally what you want is you don't want to go in that practice room and start worrying about who's playing now or what does the table say. You want to worry about your own game and your own darts, and when the tables are like they have been this week, you start going back and tracking those bits, and it just takes you away, and with that adds that little bit more nerves and tension, and you can get wavy performances with that.
So 6 players through to the finale. This is how they are split up throughout the course of the season. Split into 2 pools of 3 for the group stage. The top 2 will go through to a straight knockout semi-final and then final later on this evening. Let's begin by talking about Group 1, because that's going to be the first action we're going to see this evening, and, well, good luck trying to call that.
Well, one thing we can say with Moreno Blom and Daniel Lauby is we're going to get a lot of pace. We have seen these two play in Group A, and they've been some of the quickest matches of the week, despite whatever the scoreline is. But when we look at that and we look at what's been achieved so far, the class act of that group has to be Wesley Harms, a 2-time BDO semi-finalist in the World Championship. We've seen him play there many times, the World Masters, the Grand Slam, and he's had some big games and some big results over that period of time. So the class act in there is the ex-tour card holder himself, Wesley Harms, but the other 2 guys in there, Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom, 2 players on the up.
As for Group 2, opportunity knocks for someone?
All 3 of those will look at that and think they've got an opportunity. I mentioned a phrase earlier on in the week. I said, if you walk into a room and you look around and go, who's the favourite here? Who's the man to beat? And if you don't see them, you're going to think it's you. All 3 of them will probably have that exact expression tonight.
Well, let's see what the bookmakers then think about tonight's proceedings here at the Live Lounge. Well, throughout the course of the week, they've backed Wesley Harms. They're not going against him now.
No, he is the class act, like I just said. He's achieved the most out of all these players, and we was worried about him coming into this, about the amount of time he's been away from the game. He's certainly shown no signs of that being an issue. Rightly so, takes up that favourite position. David Evans recently dropped off the PDC Tour, so again, he's up there in the betting, rightly so. I am surprised to see Ryan Palmer, though, all the way down at the bottom at 10-1, because when we talk about players with pedigree and class, he is an ex-PDC Tour card holder himself, and he's been very solid in that Group B campaign.
What about Danny Lauby at 5s?
Look, the odds are there. We can see who's the favourite, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the favourite's going to win. We've had a lot of surprises this week. Look at the group winners and things along the way. I think tonight's that night that if you've got a fancy, you can back your fancy and you're going to get value. Talking
about fancies, what is Prime Time's fancy tonight? It's time for Prime Time's tips, and this is very ambitious. A 12-1 treble for you. This is what you selected tonight.
Yeah, it's a very tricky one to try and even predict anything tonight, because I think across the board we've got a very, very tight-knit group, as we have all week. So naturally, when you take the winners and runners-up of those groups and put them together, it's just going to get even worse. But one thing you will get tonight, whatever treble you get, if you look at the odds at the bottom of there, 12-1, you're going to get value, because there is no big favourites. So whatever you fancy tonight, have a play.
We mentioned it earlier. Opportunity for all 6 players here tonight. Will every single one of them think, this is my opportunity, this is my chance to get through the Championship? It's not that clear-cut favourite, as you say.
Absolutely. And they probably will be looking at Wesley Harms, because Wesley Harms is the person who, naturally, they would have seen this going out on the screen. They would have had a look. Wesley's probably the sort of person as well that'll just have a little comment, just go, I'm favourite tonight, just to let people know, as if they didn't already know already. But Wesley, like I say, has had that high level of achievement, and when we're looking back through the history, he is the guy that catches the eye, but still doubts and frailties. He's been here all week. He hasn't played darts for a long period of time. He did relinquish his tour card. He hasn't been doing the travelling. How does a 6th day suit? Does he have that match fitness to now get over the line and be the first man into Champions Week?
Well, we better let Matthew Edgar sprint his way down to the commentary box, because the first game is going to be fast, the first game is going to be furious. It sees 2 of the quickest players we've ever seen here at the Super Series go toe-to-toe. It's going to be Moreno Blom up against Danny Lauby to kick things off. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Moreno. Moreno, it's been quite the week, hasn't it?
Yeah. It was a good week. Yeah, first on Monday, didn't play well. Was a bit tired of the weekend challenge tour, but the last 2 days in the A group was quite well, especially the last day. At the end of that group, I get a bit of lucky that Wesley lost 4-0 the last game, but the last 2 days have some rest, so that was quite good for me. And now I'm looking forward to play tonight.
How much did you know about that final scenario in Group A?
Nothing. I asked you already. I just, when the last start that lead throws out, I just literally didn't know what the circumstance was, and it was good that he had win 4-0 against me, and that puts me through immediately to this night. So I was quite happy with that result, but I didn't know anything about it.
We've seen you here a couple of times, and we've seen you really grow as a player. What do you feel like you've learned from this experience?
Yeah, this is my 3rd time over here, and first time was just, in my mind, just earn experience, and then I go to the C group on that first occasion, and on Friday I was probably 4th in the group and 80-1 to go through to top the group, and I did exactly top the group, so qualify for finals night and then reach semi-finals, so that was quite okay. Second time I had a tough week. I played better than the first week, but so many good players in it, like Jelle Klassen or Tom Taylor, Jack Maynard, quality players. It was a tough week, but enjoyable as well, and I'm enjoying this week as well.
Enjoying watching you, Moreno. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much, mate.
So here we go then. Saturday night at the Super Series means one thing. We're going to put someone into Champions Week by the end of play this evening. Kicking things off, Moreno Blom up against Danny Lauby. And watching all the proceedings in the commentary box tonight, Matthew Edgar is alongside Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome along everyone on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. This is going to be rat-a-tat-tat darts. Blink and you miss it, because these two, Matthew, are speed merchants.
Yeah, we've seen them play a couple of games already this week, and they could be over in a flash. So make sure you do not blink, do not go put the kettle on. 2 players on the uprise, a 21-year-old Moreno Blom, 2-time winner on the WDF Tour, taking on Danny Lauby, the 30-year-old, joined us from America. You'll see the
First
flag
leg, it's
draped
Moreno
across
to throw
that
first. Game on.
table there on the front. He's got some support in tonight.
Yeah, the stars and stripes are in.
58.
It was interesting listening to Moreno there. He had some mixed fortunes this week. He lost
21.
his 4 opening matches coming into Group A. And at that point, we all thought he was going to be going
87.
into Group C. Then all of a sudden he's battling his way into Group B. He ended up winning that group. And you mentioned in that interview, he actually went out to
97.
80-1, which poses a couple of questions. One, what a turnaround for
134.
Moreno Blom. But the second one goes back to what I was mentioning with Henry on the balcony when I said, when those odds went
92.
up, some of the players will look at the screen and be aware who the favourite is tonight. Doesn't that comment there for Moreno show that a lot of the players are actually aware throughout the process about what the thoughts are for them, and they're playing the
48.
story of the whole event here at the Super Series?
Yeah, completely agree, Matt. And just listening to him, he's a wise head on young shoulders. The way he was talking
40.
about his second time here, the fact he thought he played better but didn't get to the Saturday night. And like you say, when he loses his first 4, you can easily fold,
119.
easily cave, but he didn't. He found a way to get here, and it's credit to the young man. And as we say,
180.
the
Moreno
final
required 55.
day, however, for first blood in the
Game
opening
shot
game.
on the first leg.
And that is
Moreno
clinical
Blom.
from Moreno Blom. 55 goes in 2, Matt. That's an impressive start.
Second leg, it's Danny
Impressive
to
as
throw
well, because
first. Game
what
on.
Danny Lauby did there was the 180 left him the 71. I'm not going to use the word pressure because there's no pressure at this point. There's a
60.
sense of urgency, but it's not really in terms of the nerves. What it did do, though, it created noise. It made Charlie give the big
57.
180, the big call. It made the crowd just have that little bit of a clap, that little bit of positive feedback. But Moreno being a quick
57.
player, sometimes that can just knock you out the stride a little bit because you might wait for the noise to die down a little bit. Not Moreno. He just went straight up.
57.
Bang, bang. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, we've seen that in the Premier League and the Euro Tour in recent weeks where the players have literally just banged in a 180 for the sake of it, like you say,
95.
to create that noise. We've seen, I think, Christobi left 3, Dirk van Dijvenbode left double 2, doubles and finishes you don't normally
96.
leave. But like you say, it's create that doubt, smoke and mirrors almost on the hockey.
It's just to make you aware of the situation as well. And like I say,
93.
make that noise. I've had it done to me a few times. Andy Hamilton, the one that I remember the most, leaving himself on double 1. And it was from
44.
that moment that I became aware of it, which is why I can share that little nugget of information with you and talk about how it affects. But a 180 here for Lauby.
180.
His second of the match. But that one, even better than the first. It sets him up on double 8.
180.
Will it affect Danny
Danny
Lauby
requires
the same
60.
way?
Surely just come south a little bit. Now, that's awkward.
No score.
It's not in, Danny, I can assure you. You can look all you want. But like we said, Matt, the
Moreno
180
requires
created that
67.
noise.
And when Danny Lauby hit the 180, he must have thought, lovely, job done. As long as he doesn't hit a 180, I'm fine. And that's exactly what he did.
47.
Yes, a dart at
Danny
tops.
requires 60.
Misses, comes low. Lauby to level us up.
That dart's in exactly the same place as the first one, isn't it?
Game shot
But
on the
this time
second leg.
he uses it.
Danny Lauby.
Danny Lauby shakes his head. He's not happy. It's taken him 6 darts to finish this one, but he is level at 1 apiece with Moreno
Third leg,
Blom.
it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
The worst thing you can do in these early games is get beat heavy. Because
60.
if you go and lose this first game 4-0, then you need a 4-0. So, worst case scenario in this is both players
100.
will want it to be a tight game. Someone has to lose. That's inevitable. There is no draw.
58.
Because we are playing for a sizable prize pot and the weekly trophy.
100.
Just looking at these two are very much first dart merchants as well. If that first dart is sat up to attention
59.
in the top of that treble 20 bed, one, if not all, are going to follow it.
I can't think of a pacey player.
140.
They're all on that sort of rhythm, aren't they? If it's get the timing right and following that first start.
140. Danny require 161.
This would have been for a break, but Moreno's not on a finish. So Danny Lauby will return to
137.
break the Moreno Blom throw here in leg number 3. And that setup was
60.
perfect.
Danny required 24.
Yeah, he's left 12s after 12. Down to the threes.
21.
Oh, and that
Moreno
could
required
be
124.
Bit of an error. Moreno can't finish
92.
from here, but
Danny
this
required 3.
arguably the hardest shot on the dartboard.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's brilliant.
Danny Lauby.
From Lauby. I was going to say, I was waiting until he was throwing it just to see. A bit like the 60 that we see now, there's a case for the
it's Danny
flatty
to throw
there,
first.
or learning
Game
to
on.
throw the flatty so you don't block the bed.
By flatty, what Bill means is the
83.
dart landing more flat. These players that play with this throw with an upright angled dart, like you see here with Moreno, the
140.
flight can get in the way and block the double. Now, to get that sort of flatty, what you've got to do if you're Danny Lauby is just
48.
slide the fingers down the barrel a little bit closer to the point. You'll just flatten out the dart and keep the flight out the way.
100.
Great side view there of the way they throw. And again, full extensions from both players.
60.
It's unusual that we get lefty
55.
versus lefty. They're rare, these tussles in darts.
They are, and whenever I see a lefty on the stage, I always think we're going to see some double tens. Ironically,
60.
Moreno's been pinging them all week. Obviously, case in point, James Wade with the double 10.
I was about to say, back in the day, it was tops and
96.
tens, Wadey's den. But Danny Lauby did all the good work
100.
in leg
Moreno
3.
required
But is he about to
110.
hand back that work? Because Moreno Blom has the opportunity to break
45.
straight back.
Danny required 150.
Or does he? Or does he? Double 15.
120.
Oh, that's a fantastic
Moreno
effort there from
requires
Danny
65.
Lauby. Grazes the wire. But it's only going to be one dart here for Moreno. He's chose double 16.
49.
Danny Lauby.
Danny required 30.
He dodged the bullet on this occasion.
I like that first start. You have to be aggressive.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that's the
leg.
reason why.
Danny
Because you
Lauby.
still get the opportunity to tidy it up, like Danny Lauby did there, where if you go inside on dart number 2,
Fifth leg, it's
a
Moreno to
waste.
throw first.
so on those tricky doubles, it's all about being aggressive early on.
180.
So let's look back through the week for Danny Lauby. We'll take a look at the averages. Monday he averaged 83. He
80.
rose that to an 84 before dropping to an 81. That was his Group B campaign. Group A campaign, sorry, which was Monday,
140.
Tuesday, Wednesday. And at that point, we were saying this isn't the Danny Lauby that we sort of expect. It was a
100.
bit of an under par Danny Lauby. However, he went into Group C
81.
and he averaged 89.42 and then followed that with a 91.22. That is the Danny Lauby
180. Moreno
we
required
expect to see
100.
running at a 90 average for his last group, so he's getting stronger as it goes.
80. Danny required 141.
Will he get a match start in this combination? No is the answer. Drags the first start low, oh, and then it's a fallout.
80.
So Moreno Blom
Moreno
looking
required
at tens
20.
to reduce the gap to 1.
Game shot on the fifth
Chasing
leg.
to 5s,
Moreno
but chases
Blom.
successfully back to 3-2. But this is Lauby's chance.
Moreno's been here a couple of times before.
Sixth leg, it's Danny
He
to throw
knows the
first.
score.
Game on.
He knows that even if it is going to be defeat, he's got to do exactly what we just said a moment ago. Keep it
77.
as tight and compact as he can. Even that one leg there, if Danny Lauby is to go and hold his throw, could be quite vital
134.
in about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, it's all about plus leg difference here
58.
at the Super Series in these group stages.
And this is the stage that actually feels a lot
82.
more urgent because throughout the week you've got 8 games, 10 games, 15 games, depending on what group you're playing in. Tonight you've got 2. This is the
59.
closest thing to knockout darts before we hit the actual semi-finals. You play these little mini
133.
situations throughout, but this is fantastic for Moreno Blom. He's up against it and he is producing.
60. Moreno required 152.
Not going to go, but he will be back. But of course, just looking at the
94.
stats from Group A as well, Moreno Blom actually won the last 2 encounters against Danny Lauby, so that will be fresh in his mind as well, knowing that he's got that in the
140.
bank.
Moreno
I've beaten you
required
twice.
58.
Yeah, it's always nice knowing you can beat a player, but he's just burnt a dart there.
38. Danny, you require 107.
Daniel Albee. He's going to get a dart. He should. He does. It's at tops.
Game,
and Danny
shots, and the
Albee
match.
gets over
Danny
the line with a
Albee.
107 finish. Moreno Blom had an opportunity to take that all the way. And if he did, he would have had the throw in the final leg. But Danny Albee, the man with a victory, a 4-2 success, and he kicks his campaign off perfectly. Coming up next, we've got Rob Collins and Ryan Palmer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw something fast, something furious, but that was Danny Albee getting the better of Moreno Blom by 4-2. Let's have a look and see how that game matched up numerically then. 3 maximums for Albee, and that was despite 10 missed darts at double. The average was 82.9 for Moreno Blom. Good scoring power. Didn't quite give himself enough opportunities when it came to the finishing in the end. Albee just tended to be a score in front in most legs. 4-2 victory for the American, who now, because he won his first game by such margin, well, he knows that if a 4-3 victory was to arise, if he gets the 3 legs in the next game, should that scenario arise, then he is going to be into the final 4. Well, before we get into our next game, we spoke to Danny Albee earlier on this week. I took him down the beach because what else would we do with American in England than to send them into the pouring rain? So I sent him out down the beach earlier on. We had a little bit of a chat about his career so far. That's when the swimming begins. Absolutely.
I think
Well, Danny, American over in England. Pretty typical, though, that we have to send you in the grey skies. But how are you finding life over here?
Oh man, I can't. I love it. You know, I love the weather here. It's the thing. I miss the sun sometimes, like every day of my life. But like, you know, I love being here. The competition's great. Love the environment. Love the people. Genuinely, like my dart game seems to hit new heights. It seems like every time I'm here. Like I love I just love the competition, man. It's just, you know, level of play here is just different gravy, you know.
How difficult a decision was it to make the move over here, and how many sacrifices have you had to make?
Well, it's difficult, man. It was hard. It is hard every day. I miss my family. You know, my son, my wife, like everyone. Like honestly, you're missing little things. My son's 3. My daughter's she's probably 7. I don't know why I said probably. Obviously, she's 7. But like, it's just hard. You miss little things, little daily things back home, and it's work. You know, this is what it is.
Here at the Super Series, so we've seen you a couple of times here now. How are you finding the experience of that?
Love it, man. I love being here, man. I love playing on stage. It's like my thing, you know. Like that's what we all want to do. We want to play well on stage, and it's nice to be offered the opportunity to be back here and to do that. I don't feel like I played that terrific today, per se. You know, I had Challenge Tour this last weekend in MK, and you know, just a little off and on. Ultimately, I felt good. Looking forward to tomorrow. But no, I'm happy to be back, man. Looking forward to tomorrow and the rest of the week, really.
And every time we've seen you here, we've seen you get better. You often qualify for the Saturday nights. Are the goals then shifting from qualifying for Saturday to then maybe make that elusive move to Champions Week?
Yeah, man. I mean, like this last Champions Week was terrific, man. Like Luke Littler's just playing just phenomenal right now, and no, yeah, obviously that's the goal. I would love to be in that situation. One thing I've learned about myself, though, it's like one day, one game at a time. You know, sometimes you look ahead of things, you miss what's in front of you. So I'm just trying to kind of take it one game at a time right now.
How is this being perceived back in America?
No, it's huge, man. We all love it, man. There's so much talent back home, and it's you know, there's a lot more North Americans coming here and playing well. You know, you got Jake Taylor from Canada, they come in here and like doing his thing, like playing well, playing solid. Leonard Gates, like some of these guys really. Alex Spell, like everyone's coming here and playing well, and that's good to see. Finally, more people traveling here and actually doing well. And I think that for me anyway, the way I play my game, the way I live my life, like just being surrounded by it every day in the culture is better than like, because it's a long travel. You know, some like the people in our group, like Mal is, you know, Australia. Like that's a long flight, and to come here, you know, the day before and expect to play your A game is just not easy to do. And fortunately, you know, thanks to my new management and everything going on, living in Stratford-upon-Avon. It's just like being here, playing Super League, doing the things that everyone else has been doing. It's been helpful to kind of, I don't know, just kind of regulate my daily game here at different levels. So to answer your question, it's perceived well, I think, like very well. You know, I think that there's going to be a lot more North Americans coming back, hopefully playing well and competing with the best in the world, you know.
Do you feel like, obviously you're one of the first players from North America to come over here and play at what was then the Livy. Do you feel like you've opened up doors for North Americans in this particular tournament and maybe elsewhere?
I like to think that I'm a part of that process. Obviously, I was fortunate enough to be one of the first, like you were saying, like Matt Campbell, you know, some of these early guys, and there's so much talent back home, along with like the JDC and some of these other programs. There's starting to be a little more support with that, with the next generation kind of thing. So yeah, I'd like to think that I was, I mean, you know, the way I learned was from my dad, right? Like that's how I got into the game. And you know, one quote, I forget who the quote's from, but it was always, you know, tell the world what you're gonna do, but show it first, kind of thing. You know, it's like I just watched him just do. So it's easy, just do that, you know. And so like I think that if I can do something here, it shows it can be done, because it really hasn't been done that much for us back on that, you know, side of the pond kind of thing. So it's, I'm just, you know, I want to be at the front lines of that in any way I can to support like the rest of the players and for myself as well, my family, just everything, you know, greater good kind of thing. I don't know, yeah. But yeah, I'd like to think I'm doing something positive in that aspect, yeah.
How much of an influence has your dad been on your career?
Huge been, like biggest one. I wouldn't be in this game if it wasn't for him. Like I remember being like 10, and he, like, you know, he's a profound musician, educator, author, professional musician, US #1 late 90s, played at the World Championships. You know, I remember being a young kid and he's leaving on Christmas to go play at Circus Tavern, you know, and I didn't understand at the time, but you know, I wouldn't be doing this. And at one point he was genuinely like you really want to do this? You're going to be a drummer and a dart player in the U.S.? Like, try telling that to your girlfriend's dad. What do you do? Yeah, I'm a drummer and a dart player. Yeah, go on a date with it. You know, it's just like, but I learned a lot of all the principles that I stand by. You know, my work ethic, everything, really effort, achievement kind of thing. Like, it's an uphill battle, but like I've learned everything I stand for is from him and that. So I think that I owe it all to my dad, honestly, genuinely. Obviously, I've had support and the help of the people and everything along the way, but I wouldn't be here without my dad, genuinely.
Danny Lauby speaking to me earlier on this week. We're going to see him in a couple of games' time, but first off is the first game in Group 2, which is going to kick off our second game of the night. Is Rob Collins in action. He takes on Ryan Palmer. And earlier on this evening, we caught up with Rob. Rob, welcome to finals night. Have you found Group B?
Not too bad, actually, not too bad. I ain't played brilliant, but I've done enough just to scrape through on certain games, so it come together when I need it to, thank God, so.
I suppose this is part of the Super Series, isn't it? Getting out the best when it's clutch.
Of course, like everyone else, mate, everyone's in the same position, so when the darts can count, you've got to make them count.
How much do you enjoy this bit, the Saturday night, the crowd, the atmosphere? Because this is becoming something now that it's that next stage, isn't it? Your development, playing here in front of these crowds and things like that. Yeah, of course
it is, yeah. Everyone wants to get here on a Saturday night, don't they? Everyone sort of not dreams of it, but it just sort of comes around and you're sort of hoping to get through, but never certain. But luckily enough, touch wood, I'm through.
What about the opposition tonight? Because there's some good players in there.
Of course, there's good players every Saturday, but I'm not worried about them, mate. If darts go, they're cracking. If I'm not, I'm knackered.
How much would you like to be the first name into Champions Week?
I'd like it very much, but so would everyone else, unfortunately. But we'll see. We will see.
There we have it. The man of steel. We heard from one man that has travelled around the world, but one man on stage there only lives 24 miles away. Nice and local for Rob Bogner-Regis. Just had a little Google map of how far it was, and he was like surprised.
Yeah, he is very local. Some people travel this for Super League, so he's very well located here for the MODUS Super Series, and he's going to fancy his chances here in this group. This is your second group of action. David Evans, the other player in this group. But he's going to have his hands full here with Ryan Palmer, a man who didn't have too much success on the PDC Challenge Tour this past weekend, but came here and really put that behind him.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and the head-to-head record from Group B is split, a winner piece. So who will have bragging rights? And more importantly, this is the most important
140.
You just get that impression, don't you, from that interview there from Rob Collins? Like, I'd like to see it a bit longer. I'd like to listen to more Rob Collins
60.
Because he just comes across as a bit of a cheeky chappy, doesn't he?
There's certainly a character within him. You look at him and he's a unit, let's be honest, but underneath that exterior
100.
He's a big softy.
One thing I do like though is you don't have to guess with Rob Collins. He will show you, and if he's happy, you'll see that he's happy.
97.
If he's angry, you'll see he's angry. If he's determined, well, you only got to look at your screen right now to see how determined he is. The many faces of Rob Collins.
121.
Well, we've seen about 17 faces already. And we're only 9 darts
41.
in.
Rob, you require 140.
There'll be an expression if this 140 goes. It's not going to, but he can just set this up. Ryan Palmer, a mile back.
55.
We often talk about board management, and that one should have been straight instead of chasing the treble.
39. Rob, you require 85.
This is sort of a kind of new experience for Rob Collins.
$45.
I like that though, Matt. He knew exactly where his opponent was. Didn't have to go the bullseye route, didn't have to chase, and he's just set it up, and we'll be back for tops.
Yeah, a lot of the time this week we've seen people go up to the board
Rob,
and
you
have a flicker
require
across
40.
to see what their opponent's on.
Game
Then
shot on the
again, you'll know
first
that there's not
leg.
much
Rob
comeback.
Collins.
It's not the facial expressions of Rob Collins. He's done what I like to call a PDC celebration. Somewhere
Second
that
leg, it's
Rob
Ryan to throw
Collins has
first. Game on.
played his darts. He's had a couple of invites up to the Pro Tour, but he has won one of those Challenge Tour events.
45.
Not easy to win. 7 or 8 games a day with some quality opposition. It's somewhere that Ryan Palmer was this past
96.
weekend. Rob Collins opted not to go. He is allowed to go to the Challenge Tour because he did the 10Q school. He was actually the man who stopped a bit of the
43.
story.
He was. He was the one that stopped Fallon Sherrick's charge on that final day. And I know it's all hindsight and whatever now, but it would have worked out. I believe
140.
if Fallon wins that game, she would have a tour card. We didn't know that at the time, obviously, but because of the way the legs and that went earlier or later on in that day.
55.
We certainly believed at the time that was the most likely outcome. We knew what that game meant and knew what it meant to her. But this is brilliant from Rob Collins. And
140.
when we walked into the commentary box today, we both looked at each other and said, this guy could be the man to shake the apple cart a little bit tonight. This could be the one to
140.
cause some problems.
Robbie required 125.
Yeah, completely. You just look at him, and we've seen what he's done when we were in Southampton. And like you said there, what he's done on the Challenge Tour, you just felt that those odds were a little bit too
85.
generous for my liking.
He's got a bit of stage presence about him as well, which obviously helps in these situations because when other people start feeling a little bit nerves or a little
96.
bit of tension,
Robbie required
you're
40.
looking at your opponent who's strutting around the way Rob Collins does.
Game shot on the second leg.
The man who's
Rob
commanding the
Collins.
stage.
We saw the growl there as well from him. 2-0 up, break a throw.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw first.
He is
Game
owning
on.
that stage right now.
And I like it. I do like watching expressive players. But for Ryan Palmer
35.
right now, he's got to get his skates on because it is vital in these very small groups. You lose big, and then you've got to
85.
come out and produce exactly the same. You've got to produce a massive win because the formula is plus leg difference and 2 points, and you are certain to qualify.
80.
Yeah, and just looking at it right now, there's 30 points difference in the averages, and Ryan's got to find something here. Like that dart, it's dragged low and wide. The release isn't there at the moment, and unless he can find something, there's a whitewash
26.
brewing here, which would be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, you're feeling for him already. Another one on the floor for Rob Collins. That's where it's just
120.
hit the flight you'll see there. Just took the power out the dart so it's not been able to penetrate and stay in. Steel tip darts, it does have to be retrieved for it to count.
You beat me to
100.
it there. You just saw it. It just clipped the flight and just lost all momentum to the board. But right now, Rob Collins is in a league of his own in this game.
137.
The average goes north of the ton for the first time. And he is on the verge of going 3-0 up.
134. Rob, you require
Couple of ton shots there for Ryan
129.
Palmer. Keeps him in touch. Collins, I'd like to have seen if he'd have opted for the ball there, because we were talking about the board management
57.
in the last
Ryan, you
shot.
require 156.
Is this going to be the spark? It's not going to be on this occasion. He's got to stand at the back of the stage in the second, Ryan Palmer, regardless of what he does here. Well, we're probably going to
82.
expect Rob Collins
Rob,
to
you
get at
require
least
72.
a dart at the 72. It will be 2. It'll be 2. Double 6, and he
Game
only
shot on the
needs the
third
1.
leg.
This is a
Rob
great
Collins.
performance from Rob Collins. He only had 4 darts at the double. He's converted 3. Ryan
Fourth leg, it's
Palmer
Ryan to
yet
throw
to even
first.
get down
Game
to a
on.
double.
Yeah, I want to pick up on a point you said there, Matt, as well about it. Been interesting to see if he goes for the ball.
60.
We've seen at the elite level, Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwin Price to a degree recently refuse darts at the ball. They're playing the percentage games. And at the Worlds, MVG got burnt by Mensur Sulovic, but then when he was
45.
asked about it, he's like, I'll do it again. The odds are in my favour. Where do you stand on this when players are on a finish? Are you play the odds, or because they're on a finish and they're capable of hitting it, are you going for it?
Me and Scott Mitchell had this
139.
conversation in Group A when the players was playing, and he said about the philosophy that him and Martin Adams have, which is if you refuse the ball,
55.
you're saying you can't hit it. Where I said to him, I said, what if we flip that psychology and I say, if I refuse the ball, I'm telling you I don't need to hit it. And he goes,
59.
never thought of it like that before. That's my approach to it. If I refuse the ball, I'm telling you I don't need to go for the ball. Just these little wins and these little tells.
That's a lovely angle of that maximum there
180.
from Rob Collins. We could see the flight of the dart all the way in to the target. Love this angle.
97.
180s is a really good feature of both of these players in their Group B campaign. Rob Collins hit 11. Ryan Palmer
85.
as not
Ryan, you
predicted by
require
Chris Murphy, hit 12.
146.
Wanted another. Not going to be.
94.
Now
Rob,
it's
you
hold your
require
breath. Ryan Palmer,
136.
will you come back? Yes is the answer, because this time Collins can't find the treble. So 52.
52.
To get a leg on
Ryan,
the
you
board.
require
and
52.
comebacks have to start somewhere.
These are his first starts at the double in the game.
Game shot on the
It could
fourth
give him some
leg.
positive vibes
Ryan
there.
Palmer.
Because when you can get down to the double, there's certainly not the problem. He's just been completely outscored in this one
Fifth
at the
leg, it's
moment
Rob
by
to throw
Rob Collins.
first. Game on.
The averages nearly a 20-point difference between them, but it's not about the past, it's about the present, and the present is Rob Collins is trying to win
46.
this match. We often say the hardest game to win, or the hardest leg to win, is the one that seals you the deal.
100.
Yeah, just pinning that 52 the way Ryan Palmer did. Will that be the spark that gets him back into this game? Can he roll off of that?
40.
It's another one on the floor there for Rob Collins. I'll make that 4 so far that he's had to pick up.
He has got a very unique dart throw
83.
grip, the lot. It's not one that you'd coach people. It's very unique to him.
They do go quite thick in that
100.
sort of 25 to 50% section of the dart, using 0 as the point and the stem as
60.
the 100%. But they do taper off as they go into the point, which often just allows them to sort of slide off each other a little bit better. And this, Rob Collins,
140.
perfectly timed. Ryan Palmer needs to hit big.
Yeah, the man of steel needed that. The door was just ajar slightly, but not now.
95.
Left the bogey number. So Rob Collins has 6 to get rid of 175 and bag the first 2 points of his final campaign.
55.
That last start for Ryan Palmer is one of those as a player that you just find so frustrating, because there's nothing you can do about it. The treble 5, you're going to get a bogey whether you hit the treble or not. There was no switch possible. He's looking here like he wants to switch.
39.
Obviously doesn't like the
Rob,
lie
you
of the
require
dart.
120.
Rob Collins, straight up the board, straight up the 20s. He's done the hard part. Well, he's done the second hard part as well. He's going to have to do it again.
100. Ryan, you require
Match start has
124.
come and gone. Are these match-saving darts from Ryan Palmer? Needs the treble 18, but can't find it.
58.
So Collins will return.
Rob, you require
Looking
20.
at 10s. Can he work off of it?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
is the
and the
answer.
match. Rob
And there we see the
Collins.
fist pump from the man of steel, Rob Collins. He has opened his account in this final, a 4-1 victory over Ryan Palmer. That is a huge 2 points for the local man. And we'll be back after this short break, where we will see Danny Dalby return to take on Wesley Harms.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Rob Collins has got his campaign off to a perfect start. A 4-1 success against the Lion, Ryan Palmer. This is how the game looked numerically. Really good performance from Collins. Really good baseline to start. 89 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Not much, not really not to like about that performance there from Rob Collins. As for Ryan Palmer, he's going to know he's going to have to inflame those levels against David Evans if he is to stay in the competition. Well, next up for us, it is Danny Lauby in action. Well, he got it overdone and quickly, didn't he, against Moreno Blom in the opening match of the evening. He's back in action in Game 3. And I caught up with Danny earlier on this week down the beach, and let's hear a little bit more from him.
Music's also a big part of your life. Do you manage to get that mix between enjoying that side of it and enjoying the dart side?
It's a lot of similarities, yeah. That was my first thing, man. Like music was the first thing I did, was music. I was, you know, drummer, did the music thing seriously, professionally, educator for years. Privately teaching drum lessons, and we have an academy back home, just everything. Like it was all music, but darts was always something I also did and had very early success as a youth player. And there's just so many similarities with it because it's a simple thing. You practice, you get better. You go play a show, you're better when you come back from the show. Even if you have a bad show, you have an audition and performance, you're better when you come back. Like when as a youth, every time I would come to here and get crushed or something, I'd come back as a better player. I just went to England and played and lost in 10 minutes. You spend all this time and money and you come back and you're like, you know what, now you're motivated to get back to the practice room, get back to the lab, you know? And there's just so many similarities, but that was the first thing I did was music. And obviously I still love music. That's still my thing, but I've pretty much kind of put that aside. Had to pull my dad out of retirement to kind of cover teaching back home, and just, he's helped me a lot and in that aspect itself. And so it's all darts now, but yeah, music is huge. Still is huge, but yeah.
So you've played at the World Championship a couple of times. Where would you say the career of Danny Lauby is at the minute?
It's a journey, isn't it? And I'd like to think now I'm at a place mentally where I'm just experience. There's no substitute for experience. I feel like I've learned a lot about myself, my game. I know how to win, obviously know how to lose. You can't win until you lose. I feel like I'm in a good place. I'm definitely at that next level. I don't know just to quote someone else, like it's all mountains, right? You feel like you're at the top of a mountain, and then there's a bigger mountain, so it's like, I feel like I'm in a place now where there's nothing, sky's the limit, so I'm just day by day, game by game kind of thing. But I feel good, feel like I'm in a healthy place, emotionally, mentally, ready to go,
What do you say is the next step? What for you would be the goals moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I just, I need to get a tour card. I need to get a tour card already. I need to just win. That's what I mean. Like, I put so much pressure on myself sometimes, and that was probably one of my biggest flaws years ago, I think, is why don't you have a tour card yet? You should have a tour card. You should have, you're like expected to have a tour card. You're high-rated player in certain degrees of, it's just like, just go game by game, and I feel like I'm doing better by just doing that, just keeping it simple, back to basics almost, just if you do the work, you deserve to win, just win. And then just trying to be hungry and just be aggressive. I'm a very fiery player, so I want to be aggressive as much as I can, but I got to keep things simple, so it's just game by game.
Can that pressure build a little bit?
Yeah, I think everyone's got their own pressure. Like, genuinely, I think everyone's got their own demons, their own mental things they're dealing with. And I don't know. It's just, yeah. I mean, I think it does build, but I think it also is good because you can't win without the pressure. Just I miss my family, I miss my kids and stuff. So, yeah. But I use that. You got to use it in a positive way, and that's a hard lesson to learn. You got to fail sometimes, got to fall, get up, kind of thing. But yeah, a lot of pressure for sure. This is my only job now, right? So like every dart, every game means something to me, and I think that makes you better, like stronger, better player.
Does that then shift the mentality where darts maybe before was a bit more fun, whereas now it's a serious business because I suppose that's what you now got to do to pay your bills? And
yeah. I mean, it's still fun though. I chose this life. I like doing what I do. I love what I do, and I love competition. I'm a competitive player. So. It is still fun, and I think that if it stops being fun, enjoyable, if you don't love the process, like I love the process, if you don't love hitting the practice room and doing the work, it's just not worth, it's just not, you're not going to be as successful as you could be. And I love the process. I love the game. I'm passionate about what I do. I still want to do this. I just want to not lose. So it's like, yeah, I love I love it. Yeah, I still have a great time. I love being on stage. I want to keep being on stage. Ideally with a tour card or something, else. Obviously I wouldn't see you if I had a tour card, which would make me really sad, man. Because I like talking with you, but that's the next thing I would think as far as like goals is like get a tour card. I need to get one of those.
Is there an urgency to get it next year as far as you're concerned, or would you be willing to wait if it worked out for you?
No, I don't want to wait. I mean, I obviously, like, I love every opportunity I get playing without one. Like, it's nice. Like, I love I love the MODUS. I love everything about MODUS. I love playing WDF events. I love doing a bunch of this stuff, but ideally, when I sit back and think about it at the end of the day, I want to be at the top. That's what, like, what are we doing here, Like, that's what I want to be doing. So it's like, but that's where I get caught in my, I should be here, and that's where it's not one game at a time. It's like going against what I'm trying to do now. So it's just, yeah, there's an urgency, but one day at a time, one game at a time, we'll get there, kind of thing, Trust the process.
And finally, what's this weather like compared to back home?
Well, it's nice to be in a historical place, like in a historical country where clouds are made. Like they're just made here and distributed all over the world. And I didn't know that. But after all these years of coming here, it's nice to know that you guys hate the sun and you don't like pronouncing R's at the end of words. And that's fine. Like if that's your thing, you like, whatever. But no, it's not that bad, really. I talk a lot of bad stuff about it. Not that bad, but like it's just cloudy, cloudy day. Even on a cloudy day, you can make some sunshine, That's the metaphor of the day. You can quote that one, guys. Like, don't, that's mine.
Well, Danny, great talking to you. Wish you all the best. We'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great to catch up there with Danny Lauby earlier on this week. Down at the seafront, really good catching up with our American aide. So we're going to see in action up next. He's taking on Wesley Harms. Let's have a look and see how the players have been getting on this week. These are the numerics behind both players, beginning with Lauby, who finished second in Group C. He was with us from the very, very start on Monday morning. 50% legs run ratio, but the checkout rate 32.87, pretty much a third, pretty much par for the course. And you could say around about the same for the running average, 85.5. Something around 86 is usually kind of the par for the course here at the Super C. Meanwhile, for Wesley Harms, his checkout ratio just under 37%, running average of 84.53. And we also saw him get that 1-4-1 checkout last night. So, game 3 is the middle match in Group 1. Danny Lauby already won his first game against Moreno Blom, up against Wesley Harms, kicking off his campaign for the evening. And in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And Danny Lauby knows he's potentially just a few legs away from qualifying that.
He's taking on the final playee of this group, Wesley Harms. And yes, Danny, I chose not to pronounce the R at the end of that word. Player Wesley Harms. But this, for Danny Lauby, will confirm his place through and then make it a last match shootout between Wesley Harms and Moreno Blom. If Wesley Harms can win this, it's all going to get a bit tricky, but he is the class act of the group.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first.
BDO World Championship semi-finalist, and he got one of those World Championship semi-finalists actually on debut. Went and followed it up the year after on both occasions, losing to the bridesmaid of the BDO, Tony O'Shea.
Yeah, and there's some style on that stage as well. We've got Wesley's shoes, which are a little spectacular, as is that Danny Lauby shirt. That's his best one of the week.
128.
I thought you said style.
You'd pull it off.
Well, I'd pull off a bin bag, really, but, we're not...
When you next return to player at the Super Series, I think we need another version of the Edgar Mania shirt.
Just trying to look at the collar there of Wesley Harms. It appears that this shirt might actually be a bit of a historical one. It looks like... Does that say Grand Slam? on the back of his collar? Is he wearing a...
Let's try and have a look.
60. Danny, you require 134. 58.
I'm with you. That
Wesley, you
looks like a
require
throwback.
161.
57. I'm sorry, 51. Treble 17. It's not going to go. So Louby will be back
97.
for
Danny, you require
76.
76.
And first blood. 2 darts. Double 8.
Game shot on the first
Only
leg.
needs
Danny
the one.
Louby.
Danny Louby holds. Big moments here, Matt. Because
Second
of
leg,
his
it's
result
Wesley to throw
in
first.
the first one.
Game on.
Racking legs up is good for Louby.
Well, he doesn't have to win this match to fully confirm his place. Remember the formula. 2 points plus legs.
60.
It is. It's a Grand Slam shirt from 2019 there for Moreno. Moreno Blonde?
100.
Wesley Harms. Wesley Harms, we did mention, has played in the Grand Slam on many occasions. That 2019 one, I believe, was a very famous one when he took on Gary Anderson in a match that went
96.
worldwide news. Didn't that reach New York as well, that story?
That clip is still played now.
83.
A flashback here from Harms. But does that mean potentially that maybe he didn't bring enough shirts? Well, he must have brought enough shirts. He brought that one with him. But
81.
it's very unusual that players will bring something that's marked to a set event, especially to a final.
81.
But it was 2020 he won his card just before COVID struck, and he didn't play an awful lot after that, so maybe he hasn't got any more.
95.
Interesting if he had to get out of frame somewhere. Maybe he didn't bring a shirt. He had to go to like a memorabilia shop he knew nearby that had that exact shirt and
60.
cracked it out the frame.
What a story that would be.
We've seen that a few times. I remember Barneveld playing in a shirt once that he actually signed because his shirt didn't come through, so someone local had a signed version of his shirt
99.
and brought it down and he played in it with the signature on.
So Wesley Harms will return for 70.
60.
To try
Wesley
and level up
requires
this game.
70.
This will be a settler. He's going to get 2 darts at double 8. Is that a blocker?
54.
I think
Danny
it might
require
have been. Sometimes, Matt, that
117.
dart can be too close and it just blocks the bed. There's no bounce room.
Well, the flight gets in the way. And like you mentioned
57.
there, it probably
Wesley
would have been wise
requires
to have
16.
opened up the bed a little shuffle to the right. But he does get a nice clean open bed this time.
Game shot on the
This
second
time,
leg. Wesley
uses it
Harms.
well. Wesley Harms levels us up. And he'll now be at an outside squeak
Third leg,
there
it's
with the
Danny to throw
117.
first. Game on.
But this is what's important for Daniel Louby, these legs with the throw. He's already done the damage. He's beat
85.
Moreno Blom earlier on. He's already in a good position. He has to win one more leg. He'll be in a position
60.
where he can't really be wiped out of the equation.
$100.
I'm just surprised there that that last dart didn't nestle alongside dart 2. It seemed perfect. But Wesley just shaking his head. I don't think he's settled here
85.
yet, Matt. We're halfway through leg 3 and the Dutchman just doesn't look like how composed he was during the week.
60.
Well, he's in a dream position, really, Wesley Harms. When you come through that Group B and you get this slot, essentially you just get 2 chances because he's got a chance here to beat Danny Louby, and if that doesn't work for him, he's got a
100.
straight shootout against Moreno Blom. So if he is feeling any sort of nerves and pressure, I think that just comes down to a little bit of inexperience with the
42.
format because he's actually, if you ask any of these players right now, he's probably the player you'd want to be.
He can find another,
140.
which he does. This is now a break opportunity.
95. Wesley require
No one
116.
likes 119. It's one of the most awkward shots we'll have to take out. It's even more awkward when you're watching your opponent go for the 116. Now, this is awkward because even if you get the
60.
treble 19,
Danny require
leaves you 62.
119.
So you're kind of only getting a dart at the ball, or you need another treble.
found that treble.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
is
Danny
absolutely
Lauby.
brilliant from Danny Lauby, and we can see that in his eyes, his face. He knows how big
Fourth
that
leg, it's Wesley to throw
119
first.
was, Matt.
Game on.
Oh, yeah, and like I was saying, everyone loves a 119 finish, especially Danny Lauby.
$24.
So far this week, we've seen the laughy and jokey Danny Lauby, but there is a steeliness in those eyes tonight.
Yeah, we've seen that sort of
94.
in and out from Danny Lauby. He finds this level of focus, and we picked up that when the chips are down and you need to produce it the most, that's when he does. And we know what his motivations are. We
60.
saw that great interview there with Henry. He wants a tour card. But it's interesting how people word
100.
things. You mentioned there about that everybody has their own pressures. I think a lot of that is everyone's got their own motivations, is how I would look at that. And
85.
it sort of brought me to a bit of like, it sounded like he was talking almost in a smart goal way, where he's got his goals and things, but it's
96.
done to a time, and I think sometimes that can be dangerous, and I think that's what does cause the pressure, that everyone expects things along a certain timeline rather than going
81.
on the journey.
And right now, we said that Wesley Harms was forging an opportunity. Now, it's
60.
flipped, and Lauby has stolen the darts here from Wesley Harms. And he is just 151 points away from booking his place
85.
in
Danny
the
require
semi-final, because 3 legs
151.
would put him on that plus leg difference.
100.
And a touch of the Claytons from Wesley Harms.
100. Danny's last score was 100.
The correction of the score. Much better finish there for Lauby. He'll be
Danny
more happy with
required
that one than the one that
51.
was shown. 51 points. It's tops. A double is found quite well.
41.
That
Wesley
third dart
requires
seemed rushed to me.
66.
Dragged it miles inside. Now Harms, 20 for tops to level us up.
Just assessing the situation there. Obviously wasn't the shot he was
46.
expecting
Danny
or the dart he
required
wanted.
10.
You can see the reaction there from Wesley Harms. He's frustrated.
6.
Not as frustrated as Danny
Wesley
Lauby, because
required
that
20.
was his ticket to the semi-finals, and he's just passed it up.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Passed it up on this
Wesley
occasion,
Harms.
but he's probably just lost his place in the queue, because there's still plenty of opportunity here for Daniel Lauby. He will be throwing first in this
Fifth leg,
leg.
it's
That
Danny
was
to throw first.
an
Game
opportunity
on.
there, though, to break the throw. The danger is, when you're dealing with a player like Wesley Harms, who, I'll say it once
60.
more, is the class act of this group based on previous experience. And just comparing CVs and playing dart player top trump, see, he is the guy to beat. The longer he
60.
stays in this game, the bigger the danger that he starts to become that Wesley Harms.
180.
Danny Lauby has other ideas as he fires in the first maximum of this contest.
180.
Like London buses, Matt.
It's been a
100.
warm day here on the south coast, and you can dare say this one is warming up. It's getting hot in here. Oh, could do it back to back. The game was waiting for a 180. We've seen 3 in the
Danny
same
required
leg.
161.
What did I just say about Wesley Harms? Keep him alive.
100.
Keep him in the
Wesley
game.
require
And he can
81.
come back and hurt you.
81 to break. Gonna get a dart at the ball.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
I'll tell you
Wesley
what,
Harms.
if you went up there and put it in the middle, I don't think you could have got it much more central than that.
Sixth leg, it's Wesley to
Love
throw
what I saw
first.
there. We saw experience and quality. He got those 2 darts. He brought the dart up, and it wasn't sat right in the hand. Now, going back to what you were saying about Danny Lauby, who you felt was a bit rushed on that double 10, Wesley Harms felt that dart wasn't set in the hand. He reset,
140.
he re-gripped the dart. He wasn't to be rushed. He wasn't throwing a dart that he didn't think was right. And then he plops it right in the centre of the ball. Really good, and dare I say, that's the experience. And that's what Danny Lauby was saying in his interview as well. Gaining that experience. There's nothing like it. And it was clear
100.
on show there from Wesley Harms.
The break at this time, I'm going to say it quietly.
83.
Dart shootout potentially, Matt.
The way this week's gone, I think it's inevitable that we're going to go that way because it's been such a tight group. But the warning signs were there. I said, do not keep a player like Wesley alive. You've got to get them beat early. You've got to kick them while they're down. He's getting back into this
94. Wesley required 121.
Yeah, he's got a minimum of 6 to seal this one. May only need 3 as he looks at double 18.
Game,
that
shots,
is
and the match.
Absolute
Wesley
majestic
Harms.
from Wesley Harms. He was under the cosh early on in this one. Danny Lauby missed a handful of darts to go 3-2 up, and Wesley Harms never looked back, sealing the points with a brilliant 1-2-1 finish to keep this group well and truly in the mix. Game 3 in this group is must watch, but after this short break we are going to see Ryan Palmer and David Evans for the first time this evening.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Wesley Harms found the spark to beat Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2 in our middle match in the pool stage action. Doing so over 93.1 average, 50% on the doubles, and helped in part as well by that 1-2-1 finish. Danny Lauby, having won his first game 4-2, is now on a 0 legs difference. Need just one more leg to progress his way through after 2 matches. And dare we say it, the possibility of a 9-dart shootout is still very much alive here in Group 1. The final game between Moreno Blom and Wesley Harms is to come very shortly. But before we go there, it's time to see Ryan the Lion back in action. He takes on David Evans. It's the first appearance of the evening for Evans. Let's see how both players stack up then going into tonight's action. These are the stats for the players in qualification for it. Ryan Palmer coming through third in Group B, won every single game on the opening night. Checkout ratio of 36%, above the par for the course here at the Super Series, and a running average of 86 is around about what we come to expect here at the live lounge reports. We also took out that 1 for 8 and 16 maximums as well in the process for the man from the West Country. Right, up against him, David Evans, first in Group C. Again, another player who won every single game on his opening day's action. 29.9% checkout ratio, 82.3 weekly running average, is a little bit below par for a player that we've seen make the quarterfinals of the BDO World Championship and a player who's won the tour card in their past. A 141 checkout as well. Caveat, that was on the back of, well, what was a stodgy leg, it has to be said. Both players struggling to finish on the doubles. So David Evans, who's going to be ward on by his loyal rubber duck here this evening. I'm sure we're going to be having some fun with that. It's going to be put in different positions on the table as the game goes on. But early on this evening, I caught up with David to assess his chances going into tonight. Ryan, here we are, finals night. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's first time getting through to finals night. Yeah, I can't wait.
We've seen you a couple of times here before, a few near misses in Group B. Was it a bit of a relief that you're finally through and now you're looking forward to the occasion?
Yeah, definitely. I came down this week just telling myself to relax, just go with the flow and throw your darts, and what will be, and it seemed to work.
How's this environment compared to others that you've played in the past?
Oh, this is brilliant. It's a brilliant venue. Every time I've been down there, the guys and girls that I've been with in the group, they've been brilliant. They just, yeah, it's just relaxing.
What would being successful tonight mean to you?
Oh, it'd be brilliant. It'd be one of the biggest things I've done. Yeah, I don't want to think too far ahead. Just take every game as a cliche, but take every game as it comes, really.
Well, Ryan, wish you all the very best tonight.
Thanks a lot, mate.
David, welcome to finals night. How have you reflected upon this week's experience?
It's been brilliant. You know, the second time I've come back and managed to get to finals night, so it's yeah, looking forward to it.
Nearly missed out last time. Was that an extra little bit of motivation in the mind for this time?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always frustrating when you don't get to any finals nights that you've got to try and get to. Bit of experience getting there as well, I think, has put me over the line, and yeah, looking good.
How do you feel with the overall play?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's so many decent talents that come down here, and you know, if you're not good at darts, you wouldn't be here. So it's going to be tough, but I think experience might prevail.
The first week of the process, how much would you like to be that first name, knowing you're going to be at Champions Week in August?
It'd be brilliant. If you're Champions Week in August, it's a big stepping stone. And I had a bit of a downward spiral after losing tour card, and I think it's sort of coming back now. So back to basics.
Well, David, wish you all the very best tonight.
Thanks very much.
It's the Lion up against Duckman. You only get to say sentences like that at the darts, don't you? Next up for us, Ryan Palmer up against David Evans. Watching this one, Phil and Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it is that time of the evening that is must win for Ryan Palmer after a bit of a disaster against Rob Collins. First time we're seeing David Evans in action this evening. There we have it, Ryan, 35 from Bristol, using a 28-gram dart. David Evans, 33 from Preston.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And had the worlds aligned, at one point, this would have been a game for the PDC Pro Tour. Both of them had the tour cards. Ryan Palmer won his through Q School
60.
in 2016. The best he did with his card was he got into the 2017 PDC UK Open. David Evans,
93.
actually very recently, he's only just come off the PDC Pro Tour. He gained his in 2020.
59.
That was off the back of the PDC Challenge Tour. We spoke about players such as Rob Collins, who's also in this group, coming through and winning a Challenge Tour. Well, David Evans didn't just win the Challenge Tour, he topped
99.
the Order of Merit That was due to winning 2 Challenge Tour events in 2020, his 3rd Challenge Tour title in total.
84.
And the prize of winning that Order of Merit is not only a PDC Tour card, but actually he also got himself a World Championship appearance. David Evans was at the Ali Pali.
139.
Yeah, and at that period in his career as well, he was playing some really good stuff. We saw him a couple of appearances on the Euro Tour as an associate member qualifier, and he went to Ali Pali.
David, you require
and
170.
played really well and gave a very good account of himself. And look, I think he's got an absolute Rolls Royce of an action. However, the big fish, we'll come back to that.
135.
Dragged it, but we'll be back. Yeah, I think he's got unbelievable action, and there is a huge talent within David Evans. And I look at the Nathan
62.
Aspinall syndrome,
David, you
where
require
Nathan dropped off the
35.
tour, came back, and turned into the animal that we see now. Look, I'm not saying David Evans is going to go on and win TV majors, but I think he can go on and do good things and be a comfortable professional.
Shot on the first leg. David Evans.
See, you use Nathan Aspinall as an example there, but I think Nathan Aspinall's shown an awful lot of signs before what happened
Second
to
leg,
Nathan
it's David to throw
The
first.
example I'm going to give...
Game on.
Dirk van Dijvenbode, who had a very similar journey. It's not as highlighted as Nathan's is, but Dirk at one point looked like he was going nowhere.
140.
And then when he came back to when he lost his tour card, I remember being at that World Championship qualifier, and Dirk was there, and he went out in a whimper, and
135.
you thought he was never going to get his card back. A year later, gets his card back and steams things through. But you've been involved in this project since the darts was at home, and when I think of darts at
85.
home, especially through that COVID period, there's one man I think of. That's David Evans. He dominated this.
Yeah, he played some
100.
fabulous stuff from, I think it was his mother-in-law's kitchen in Manchester at the time. But I just look at him, and that action, it's silk. There's nothing can go wrong with it. I don't see a flaw in the action anywhere. So, and Scott Williams has highlighted this recently as well. And I think it's a very topical
40.
point that last year Scott Williams was getting all the highlights and grabbing all the headlines. And rightfully so, because the performances were brilliant, but he was playing so much darts and regular darts, it was unreal.
55.
Same as David Evans when he was on the Challenge Tour, was playing in so much. But once you get that tour card, where you can play is restricted. And again, John O'Shea,
59.
who's played here at the Super Series, spoke about it
David
as well on the
96.
live lounge, that he's got a month for that competitive darts where there's been no Pro Tours. It's only been Euro Tours. So you lose match practice, you lose rhythm.
Game shot.
And I think David Evans was a byproduct of that
Evans.
as he doubles his lead.
Fully agree. And David
Third
Evans
leg, it's Ryan to
right
throw
now
first.
is
Game on.
showing that world-class pedigree that he can possess at times. He's averaging 103 in the early part of this game.
96.
And for Ryan Palmer, it's now turning into panic stations because he's already lost one game 4-1. If David Evans completes this, he will qualify and he will take Rob Collins through with him as well. And at the moment, there's just no relenting from
125.
David Evans. He is focused, he is determined, and he's looking to get his crown back as one of the
95.
shining lights of this project.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't back against him the way he's playing. The way that dart stands up to attention, that one's been dragged low. But there's just so much to
99.
like around the way David Evans plays.
100.
This is reactive here from Ryan Palmer, which is good to see. He did have his best day on the opening day.
47.
4 of his matches. Ironically, his average actually went up a little bit on the second day, but he was only able to win 1.
97.
Had to run for cover there. Those big 28-gram bombs completely blocking the treble bed, but picks off second prize in the 19s.
$40.
Normally,
Ryan
I'd be screaming at David Evans,
113.
why haven't you covered? But unfortunately, his hand was forced there because 20s was the only way to leave a finish.
81.
And then by the dart coming out, it's allowed Ryan Palmer to just set up rather than having to have a shot at the bullseye there. So it was actually quite an effective dart in terms of the conclusion of this leg.
100.
But Ryan Palmer,
Ryan, you
he only managed
require
2 darts at a
32.
double in his opening game, and he did hit it on that exchange. The functionality of the finishing.
Game
And by
shot on the third
functionality of the
leg.
finishing,
Ryan
this is a
Palmer.
great point to pick up on here, because Ryan Palmer's took that in the 3rd dart, so we say it's 1 in 3, a 33%.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw
by
first.
functional doubling,
Game
what
on.
I mean is he's not allowed David Evans another visit to the board. He's controlled that situation. Whether it was the 1st dart or 3rd dart is irrelevant to the match play.
85.
Yeah, and also it just gives him a foot in this game, because
125.
when you've been battered in your opening game, the last thing you want is to be staring at another one where 2-1, it's a manageable situation. Yes, you're still behind, but you're in the game 3-0, and it's effectively over.
140.
One of the things about, if you're going to walk around with the lion on the back of your
65.
shirt, is you're going to need a lot of heart. And one thing I've seen from Ryan Palmer is showing a lot of fight and determination. When you do drop off that PDC Pro Tour, it goes one of 2 ways. He's constantly
58.
working on his game and trying to find a way to get back there. Both these players have that goal in mind. Both like to be back on that
140.
Pro Tour. They probably feel like they didn't do it justice the first time round. You caught up with David Evans earlier on in the week, and I'm pretty confident that would probably be the tone of that he feels maybe unfinished business there.
140.
And he said, look, when I lost my card, yes, I was down, and Q School came at the wrong time for me. I wasn't
91.
mentally
David,
in a
you
place
require
to go and win
78.
it back because of that disappointment. You lose your card in November, and then you have to watch the World Championships. You have to watch all your mates there playing at Ali Pali, and you're not there. We'll come back to that thought in a second.
54.
Oh, he knows
Ryan,
that was
you
close.
require 80.
But key moments in this tie here. 80 to break back.
Game
What a
shot on
dart
the
that
fourth
is
leg.
from
Ryan Palmer.
Ryan Palmer. I wasn't sure how much he could see of it, but the Lion finds
Fifth leg, it's
tops.
Ryan
We
to
get
throw
the roar.
first. Game on.
We are level at 2 apiece. But as you were saying, Matt, going back to David Evans, he fully believes he has the
40.
tools and is capable of being a professional dart player. This year, it's just a case of building and getting himself ready to go and attack it again.
I think that's one of the biggest strengths that David Evans has got, though. The fact,
96.
sheer belief in himself and his processes. He will not be wavered. You may have seen a bit of a jokey message on Facebook when Robert Rickwood let us all know that David Evans was planning on getting here early because he was worried about all the autograph hunters.
99.
Said he was waiting for thousands of people to turn up to wait for his autograph this evening. But he does have that
46.
unwavered confidence, and it's such a strength, and it's good to see, because we are in a world at the moment where certainly at the top end of the game, you'll know yourself when you go into practice rooms or you see
39.
people going to the tour and you're on that ground level. There's never been so many sort of frailties as there are at the moment. I think that is due to how big the prizes are.
140.
Yeah, the higher the high, the lower the lows. And right now, Ryan Palmer is just making his move.
180.
What a view.
Ryan, you require
And what a maximum
138.
from David Evans. We saw the flight of every dart land perfectly.
89.
And this is to re-establish
David,
his
you
lead and
require
break again.
87.
Well, if you want to talk about moves, this is where you make it at 2-2 to break the throw. He's going to get 2 darts. Over for double 9.
69.
That would have been the perfect
Ryan, you
time to
require
break. At 2-2, he
49.
could have walked straight back down the oche. Just commanded the oche, but that's a slip. He's only going to get 1 dart of the double, and that's provided he can hit the single. Couldn't recover the
37.
situation.
That first
David,
dart
you require
was all
18.
down to pressure and nerves. The release was late. It was dragged. And now David Evans surely can just work off of that. Oh, that's a happy accident. It's a massive slip, but he's got a slice of luck that he's dragged it into the 14s, and it still gives him a dart at 2-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg. David
I like
Evans.
the composure there from David Evans. Yes, it was a poor dart. He steps back, recomposes himself, hit the target, and David Evans is now in control.
There's a couple of things here where we could talk about experience. One, the Wesley Harms in the last game when you re-grip to get the bullseye. David Evans doing exactly the same. That's the experience that you have from being on the PDC Pro Tour and being around those big players.
40.
There's another thing as well. Something silly that you may not have noticed, but I'm going to point it out to you. When Ryan Palmer went up to have a drink...
100.
He had a drink and he used his left hand. He put the drink down and then wiped his hand on his trousers because the water's cold and it gives like a perspiration on the outside of the glass. So he'd have got a bit of wetness on his hands. So to get that grip back, he's wiping it on his trousers. David Evans put the darts in his right hand and drank with his left.
93.
It might seem like I'm talking absolute nonsense, but it is such a vital point. All these little things, because essentially Ryan Palmer
54.
just changed the grip of his hand because that little bit of dampness, a little bit of perspiration into the fingertips might just cause that tiny little bit of swelling in the fingertips, which means he's not going to get the same grip on the darts.
100.
All about experience.
140.
We saw Ryan Palmer there instantly look at the scoreboard, nervously looking to see what David Evans had.
98.
He sets up the big fish.
100. David, you require 170.
This would be some way to win it and bag the points.
And a few famous games ended on the 170 finish. This won't be one of them.
40.
No.
Ryan, you
It's a
require
bit of a mess there for David
107.
Evans. It has to be said, Ryan Palmer. The 107 to keep him in it. It might only be a dart of the bull. It won't even be that.
39.
A very sloppy ending
David,
to
you
this
require
leg.
130.
But the importance of it in the context of the match, vital.
This 130 is the pros. They love this one because it's only one treble single for a dart of the ball. But that treble has eluded David Evans on this visit. So Ryan Palmer
58. Ryan, you require 68.
should get darts to level. Will get one dart.
28.
But that dart has gone
David, you require
begging.
72.
Crosses his fingers and toes, hoping that Evans only gets the one dart. It's not even going to be a dart. David Evans, at the business end of this match, is making mistakes.
40.
He's offering opportunities. He's offering hope.
Ryan, you require
Ryan Palmer's
40.
got 3 darts. A chance to level the game. And he will have the throw in the last leg.
Game shot on the 6th
Good
leg.
composure there from Ryan Palmer. David Evans offered an opportunity and he said, thank you very much. We go all the way for the first time tonight.
Leg. It's Ryan to
Ryan
throw
Palmer
first.
looking
Game
to
on.
serve this out and give himself some hope. Give himself an opportunity to still qualify from this group.
82.
David Evans will be kicking himself, and these mistakes come when you haven't been winning games. We saw in the early stages it was free-flowing, but Stretch is just overthinking it now a little bit.
100.
And drags that one. Who can hold their nerve? Who has the composure?
140.
Ryan Palmer is showing grit here, Matt, for a game and a half. Let's be honest, he was poor.
120.
You've got to say David Evans, the way it was started, he was over 100 average for the first part of this game. It was all about David Evans.
140.
But it's not how you start the game, it's how you finish the game. Determination and heart was the things I said you need to have if you're going to wear something like the lion on your back of your shirt.
95.
And if Ryan Palmer is going to go down, he's going to go down swinging.
Just needs to set this up because he will be back. But that's not the best. It could have been better. But what pressure will this AT be under?
It could have been better, but if you'd have asked him this 5 minutes ago, he would have absolutely loved two singles for a double.
80.
Potentially 2 darts for the double if he can find the treble.
60.
This time, it doesn't go. He looks to the heavens and thinks, will I be back? As David Evans is coming
130.
for 130.
This is to qualify through to the semi-finals. And not only for himself, he'll take Rob Collins with him. He will not even get a dart at the ball. It is another low dart from David Evans, and Ryan
80.
Palmer
Ryan, you
could put
require
all
20.
eyes onto that final game.
Is that a blocker? How much can he see?
No score.
Match darts have come and they have gone, and Ryan Palmer has his head in his hands.
David, you require 50.
The worst thing as a player is when you've had it in your hand, you've had the opportunity, he's carved it back, he's done the hard work. He's just give David Evans this opportunity.
Game,
and David
shots,
Evans says,
and
thank you very much.
David
and that
Evans.
50 finish there completes the game. David Evans, 4-3 success. He is through to the semi-finals. He takes Rob Collins with him, and all eyes now move back to Group 1, where Wesley Harms and Moreno Blom will be coming up next.
Good Evans. David Evans is through to the semi-finals here at the MODUS Super Series, eliminating Ryan Palmer from the process. So, David Evans through. Let's have a look at the stats from that particular contest. Doing so in a last leg decider with an 87.68 average. It was an improvement for Ryan Palmer from first game to the next, but 3 from 12 on the doubles has ultimately come back to cost him in the end. So he's going to be eliminated. We'll see him most likely now in Series 5. For David Evans, we're going to see him in a couple of hours' time, and joining him there will be Rob Collins from Group 2. Them two will be jostling for position in the final match of this part of the session. But before that, we have got a lot going on in terms of Group 1. But before we go there, let's stick with David Evans, because earlier on this week, Chris Murphy caught up with David to talk all things darts.
Well, one of the stories this week at the MODUS Super Series has been David Evans and his lucky ducky. I'll let you tell us a story, David. Why have you got a rubber duck on stage with you?
Well, it's sort of a thing that came out with what Matthew Edgar said. I think the last time I was down here, and I was at the bottom of the table, and he said, "Well, sitting duck," and it was basically me, Alex Small, and Shane McGurk in the back, and I came back in after one of my games, and Shane and Alec had bought a set of ducks, and yeah, it's been there ever since. It's sort of a lucky charm sort of thing.
Yeah, you dished out ducks to Matthew Edgar, and you dotted them around this venue, didn't you? But this week when you've arrived, you brought it with you. And actually, you've gone from a sitting duck to sitting pretty, because you won all 5 of your matches with that duck by your side.
Absolutely. It's like saying, well, Matt likes to take credit for most things, but this time I think he's right, you know. So, yeah, the lucky duck.
Now, are you kind of backing yourself into a bit of a corner here? Are we going to see a rebrand of Stretch Evans? Is it going to become David the Duck and all that if this sort of form continues?
No, I wouldn't suggest so. No, I think it's just a lucky mascot sort of thing. I'll still obviously keep my nickname as Stretch, which I believe years ago Joe Mernon gave me, and all the lads. So it's just a little bit of a lucky mascot. And yeah, I will say it. Thanks, Matt. Cheers.
Well, it seems to be working at the moment. Let's just go back a little bit in your career. Tell us about yourself, when you started playing darts and all that kind of thing.
Well, I started playing darts probably when I was about 8, 9 year old. My mum and dad ran pubs, and my mum actually taught me how to play pool. And I started playing darts, got bored of playing pool, and my mum and dad sort of got me into darts, and that was that. So I just built up from there, started playing county youth, and then on to sort of county seniors at county, and then PDC stuff and BDO stuff, so yeah.
And you've won some stuff, Challenge Tour as well. You've been on the Pro Tour. What was that experience like for you?
It was a lot harder than what I expected, honestly. It was sort of going from the BDO to the PDC. I'm thinking I'm playing really well here. And then my first time on the actual Pro Tour as a tour card holder, it was like, right, I'm great, I'm playing well. Draw James Wade first round, and I lost 6-1. And you think to yourself, wow, what have I just been hit with? You know, but then you start getting used to it, and the form dropped a bit, but it was a good experience, and I'd like to be back there if I can.
Another experience you've had, Alexandra Palace. Just give us your memories of that.
Yeah, the Alexandra Palace, it was good in itself being there. A bit of a shame, obviously, the crowd couldn't be there due to COVID and things like that. But being on that iconic stage, it's something that I'll never ever forget. You know, it's something that will always sit there and say, I have played on the Alexandra Palace on TV, on Sky Sports, in one of the biggest games in the world. So it's something that will always stick with me.
And something else that you've been a big part of is this Super Series concept, not just here in Portsmouth, but from the beginning. Just sort of tell us about your journey in this, and how it's felt to sort of go with the evolution of this product.
Yeah, I mean, it started off during COVID, and with MODUS and a lot of other players that were with it from the start. And playing from home is a lot different to playing anywhere else, but it was a great experience. And yes, some people say you feel comfortable at home. Yeah, I did, but it was all the darts on the dartboard and the way I was playing was the pivotal to my career, really. And if it wasn't for MODUS, I probably wouldn't be playing the way I am now.
And what are the ambitions? I'm assuming this is, obviously you want to win here, but is this kind of a means to an end, a stepping stone to the next thing, the return of David Evans as a PDC professional?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, obviously now it's a case of didn't get my tour card at Q School, which gutted about, but there are so many things in the game now that you can do. MODUS Super Series, you've got the ADC, it's brilliant. And for people like myself to get that confidence back, to play in the ADC, to play the MODUS Super Series, it's only a big stepping stone. You can keep going, you can keep playing well. And if you play well, the rewards will come. And I think to myself, it's something that's going to be there for a long time.
And I'm going to end where I started. Wherever you go in your career, is this little fella here to stay?
I think he will be, yes.
Definitely. There we go.
Definitely.
David's got his ducks in a row.
There it is, the Super Series superhero. We didn't know what we needed, but we most definitely have David Evans and the Duck. Well, we're going to see them both in the semi-finals, but we don't know who's going to be through into the semi-finals in Group 1 as of yet. A victory for Wesley Harms will guarantee his path into the semi-finals and will send Danny Lauby through with him. However, Moreno Blom victories do make things, well, the water's a little bit more murky. A 4-0, 4-1, it'll be a case of Moreno Blom and Danny Lauby going through. A 4-3 win would mean Wesley Harms and Danny Lauby would go through, and a 4-2 win for Blom would ensure a 9-dart shootout. There's going to be a lot of tension on that stage, and describing all of it is Phil and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Could you say all that again, please? I ran out of ink in my pen as we was trying to work out all the different possibilities of what could happen, but we will talk you through them as they go. There is a potential 9-dart shootout in this group. The easiest scenario is Wesley Harms comes up here and plays how he did in the back end of that game, but he's going to have his hands full here against the 21-year-old Moreno Blom, the man who won Group A, and he's got a couple of titles to his name. We mentioned those 2 WDF ranking titles. They are the Hungarian Classic in 2022 and the Budapest Classic this year, 2023. So he knows what it takes to win in these situations.
First leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
He is going to have his hands full, though, here against the class act of the group. The favourite before a dart was thrown. A 2-time World Championship semi-finalist, Wesley Harms.
Yeah, strap yourselves in, because I'm expecting
100.
fireworks.
Moreno probably would have been
58.
growing up watching Wesley Harms playing these big events and tournaments, so to be on there in this sort of situation playing against him will potentially bring its own individual pressures. I can speak of this from the voice of experience
100.
and what it was like when first going on to the Pro Tour. I found it was harder to play against the
59.
Ronnie Baxters of this world, the people that you grow up playing, watching, should I say, sorry. And rather than playing a Van Gerwen or Michael Smith, who are sort of the ilk of your growing up, so to speak.
60.
I remember Nathan Aspinall. We're using Nathan a lot tonight because he always gives us a lot. But I remember
92.
He used to talk a lot about he could never play Gary Anderson for that exact reason. That anyone else, not an issue. We know that he's a character on the stage. He gives it some. But he said he couldn't do it against Gary because he felt it was disrespectful to his hero.
100.
And
Wesley
one of the things we know about
141.
Holland and those players, just pausing for a second because Wesley Harms was chasing down the 141,
89,
which would have matched his best finish
100.
of the week. He took that out
Wesley
earlier on.
52.
Would be for a holder throw here if you can take the 52. A sloppy first dart. Only gives him the 1 dart at the tops.
32.
Couple of low darts there from Wesley.
Yeah, and will he be punished?
Moreno, you require 92.
Be interesting to see Moreno's MO here. Gone aggressive. Very aggressive.
56. Wesley, you require
Mighty
20.
fine effort there from Moreno Blom. Could be starting this match like he started
Game
off
shot
his
on the
Group A
first
campaign,
leg.
and that's
Wesley
with
Harms.
a defeat in the opening leg. Just going back to the point I was making there about players growing up in Holland and the viewing
Second
points.
leg, it's Moreno to throw
I
first. Game
looked
on.
through the viewing figures, and we can take a look at the viewing figures for Dutch TV.
100.
And you can pinpoint the years that they had a Michael van Gerwen or a Barneveld in terms of the final. So, for example, a standard year of the Dutch viewing figures around about 860,000, whereas when Michael plays in the World Championship final, it goes up to nearly 2.2 million. Now,
27.
The point I'm trying to make here is they support and follow their own. So Moreno would be very well aware of who Wesley Harms is and his achievements, because they sort of are very patriotic
60.
around their players.
Yeah, I noticed that when we do the World Series final in Amsterdam and the Premier League in
123.
Holland, that when the Dutch lads have departed, it's a very flat atmosphere, where over here They just sing all night long.
Very patriotic.
123.
Holland, they love the darts. They're open. The Dutch Open on the WDF. There's around about
95.
5,000 entries. Imagine trying to get through that field. Carries the same ranking points as their World Championship.
85. Moreno required 156.
Wants another. Finds it.
120. Wesley required
Can't take
148.
The double 18. Will he be back? Yes is the answer.
And you would have expected to come back in that situation as well. When your
100.
opponent's back on something
Moreno
like a
required
148, you think
36.
you won't get this. So he'd have come back expecting
Game
the
shot on the
process would have
second
started
leg.
from that miss.
Moreno Blom.
And he levels us up. He did have a dart to get the break in the opening leg. He let that one pass him by.
Third leg, it's Wesley
He
to
does
throw
not let
first.
this
Game on.
opportunity pass him by. And we have a level game.
And remember, 4-2.
100.
Depending on how you look at it, could be the magic number. 4-2 win for Moreno Blom. And it will be that 9-dart
57.
shootout live on Sporty Stuff TV at just gone 10 o'clock.
Two players here
100.
throwing a lot of jabs in the opening of this match. We've had 12 scores already. Which is a massive number when you think we've
58.
only had 2 legs of a ton or more. But that's due to the fact that the 140 column's not been burst yet. Lots of jabs, lots of movement, and that is just situation and pressure
60.
darts that you're just putting onto your opponent when you get them 1 treble visits, because there's no relaxation when your opponent's doing that to you.
100.
It's a great second dart. He's gone over the blocker.
100.
Just tunning it down.
96. Wesley required 141.
Got 6 at this. Doesn't need to go. But would like a treble.
100.
And finds one.
He's one of the players that will stubbornly approach a situation like that. The modern day player would be looking at the 19s or even the bullseye in
41.
that situation. Wesley Harms sticking to the old school way of just do plan A better.
Game shot on the third leg. Wesley Harms.
Plan A is hit treble 20s. Plan B is hit more treble 20s.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to
Yeah,
throw
that's
first.
one thing that has evolved more than anything in the sport is the use of the board.
99.
And especially from the Europeans, the way they fly around and use the ball, treble 14s, 13s, and weird and wonderful combinations.
Well, Robert Rickwood, I think, is the oldest player we've had here this week, 51 years old.
140.
And he was showing us some very funky ways of finishing. Some of them, I had to get the pen and paper out and try and work out what I
134.
thought he was trying to do. Well, Blom, again, on his darts. Doing well.
100.
Got a little bit of a march here. We might need to see him use the board here. Oh, it's 268, just gets a little bit tricky.
62.
He had his plans and his processes there. Tests out the quick maths of Charlie Corstafine, our referee. He's seen it all, though, hasn't he, Charlie? He's seen all the different routes.
I was going to say, congratulations to Charlie,
100.
who we've seen on the PDC stage this year at the UK Open and in the Premier League, of course.
9. Wesley required
That's a mistake, though.
161.
That's the first blink from Moreno Blom.
Possibly at the worst time as well. Wesley Harms, an opportunity to move himself to 3 legs here,
41.
which would confirm his qualification through, because he wouldn't be able to lose that plus leg column.
58. Wesley required 120.
20 for tops.
Game shot on
By
the
my
fourth
reckoning,
leg.
that is Wesley Harms confirmed. Rainer Brom scratches his head. He wondered what went on at the back end of that leg. He tried to have the
fifth leg,
setup
it's
shot,
Wesley to
but
throw
that
first.
9, that's the one
Game
that
on.
really really put him under the pump. He followed it away at 58. He knows he's in trouble. He's aware of the situation.
Well, it's not even he's in trouble. He's gone. He now cannot qualify.
100.
At best, even if he were to win 3 on the spin, it still means he's out. It just means that Wesley would top the group and Danny would finish second.
45.
So again, I think that Moreno Blom was fully aware of every scenario in this group by just that reaction, that he knew a 4-3 win for him wasn't enough. He had to stop Wesley Harms getting to 3 legs and head in his hands. He knew at that moment in time the race was run.
So we do know the 4 participants in the semi-finals. We just don't know who's going to be playing who. And the group winners does have an advantage. It does give you the advantage of throw.
100.
There is no bull up for the semi-final, so there's still plenty to play for in that respects. Your 4 semi-finalists, David Evans and Rob Collins, will be coming out of Group 2. They're going to be coming up in our next game. And Wesley Harms, and he'll be taking through with him Danny Lauby.
93.
Who will play who, how it'll break down, we'll keep you updated as we go. But that will be the 4 men you're going to be watching, battling it out for a place in Champions Week.
60.
He's left that 1-4-1 again. It's a magical
41.
number in darts, isn't
Wesley
it?
required
1-4-1.
141.
It's the finish that gives you that 9 dart. We'll get the couple of 180s first. Harms has took this 1-4-1 out already this week.
41.
The shot we've seen a couple of times.
Do you remember when MVG went through a spell of where he was bored? He was trying to find
Wesley
different ways of doing a 9-darter. Match dart incoming.
90. Moreno required 170.
Going to get a dart at the ball for the big fish. He knows.
145.
That would have been special. And
Wesley required
look, I like that. He's disappointed. We know that. But still wants to put on a show for the fans.
That would have been some moment there from Moreno Blom. And it would be some way to give us a parting gift.
No score. Moreno
he might get another chance.
25.
He might get another leg where he can leave it again.
23. Wesley required 10. Game, shot, and
There
the
we
match.
have it. It
Wesley
is all
Harms.
over. Wesley Harms goes back-to-back wins and he seals top spot in the table. Coming up after the short break, our final group game as we see David Evans against Rob Collins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Wesley Harms has booked his place into the semi-finals, and he has taken Danny Lauby with him following success against Moreno Blom in our 5th match of the pool stage fixtures. Let's have a look at the stats then. Comprehensive victory, 4-1 for Harms, 82.82 average, 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing as well. For Moreno Blom, it's been a positive week for him to make it through to the Saturday night finals. He'll be disappointed, though, with the way that it ended. So that is how that game has finished off. Now, the final game of Group 2, we know the two players that are going to go through, Rob Collins and David Evans. They're going to go toe-to-toe now to find out who is going to go top of the group. The winner of the group will have the advantage of throw against Danny Lauby in the second semi-final. The loser will be throwing second against Wesley Harms in the first semi-final. Be looking forward to all of that action in just a minute, but we have a little bit of time before we get that one underway. So we thought we'd be in a little bit of a nostalgic mood here at the Super Series and reflect on what happened 7 days ago. And no doubt Luke Littler, as he has done all week, will be tuning in and will be enjoying this moment because they're going to relive how he claimed the Super Series 3 title against Jacob Taylor last time out. And in the commentary box, Chris Murphy and Chris Mason.
Dig one out there,
Fifth
didn't they,
leg,
Luke
Luke
Littler?
to the Rovers. Game on.
It got a bit awkward, but...
Well, all barring that 140 attempt, and that was only because he missed
80.
darts at double to give Jacob the opportunity. He's been pretty much in control.
Yeah, it could be over.
He's managing the occasion.
121.
You just read out all those titles he's won. He knows how to win. He's used to winning.
Yeah, some talent. Stand up, take note, remember the name.
$140.
Remember Jacob Taylor's name as well, because if you're a fan of the CDC, and lots of players and fans in America and Canada will be tuned in. He has done you proud.
Well, it's been a worthwhile trip, hasn't it, for Jacob Taylor?
He has cashed.
92.
£10,000 in the pocket. He can upgrade his flight on the way home. But that way home might be getting a little bit
93.
closer.
Jacob, you require 148.
Oh, we're being a little premature. Another one of those. Double 14 for the breakback.
134.
Well, it would be the ultimate irony and really fitting if Luke, the
Luke, you require 88.
was to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14.
And the Super Series champion,
the leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he, mate?
That was how Luke Littler picked up the trophy last week. Who's going to do it in Series 4? We're going to find out the answer to that in August. The most pertinent question right now is to see who is going to win Group 2. It sees Rob Collins in action up against David Evans. Both players are through to the semi-finals. It's about finalising positions. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Phil Pars and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And this one is for bragging rights at the top of Group 2. Will it be Stretch or will it be Man of Steel?
Well, it's interesting you asked that question, actually, because I've just come across a poll which asks exactly that question. Who will be winning this game? Will it be David Evans? Will it be Rob Collins? The vote of that poll has gone 61.76% in the favour of David Evans. 38.24% of our viewers think that this one is going to go the way of the Man of Steel, Rob Collins. What does Phil Bars think? Do you have a prediction in this one?
I think that David Evans has potentially the higher ceiling, but from what I've seen from the opening two games,
to throw first. Game on.
I think Rob Collins maybe has the more consistent level from the two tonight so far. So I'm going to go with consistency, and I'm going for Man of Steel, I think.
I think one of the things we did see from David Evans in that opening game was a few signs of nerves and tension, just dragging the darts low at those key and crucial points. But he did the job, he did enough, he is through to the semi-final. And with that, we may just see him sort of relax and really come into his own and come into his best. Same could be said for Rob Collins in effectively what is the biggest bull-up you'll ever see in your life. A game of darts to see who will throw first in the semi-finals.
100.
Will have its own advantages.
$96.
David Evans starting over on the 18s.
53.
But can't find a treble.
$100.
Robert.
There are a select group of players, aren't they, that like to call out their names when they
60
make a mistake. I think these are two. I know David definitely is. It might be a St. Helens thing, because I know Michael Smith's one of those that likes to give it the Michael or the Mike, or if it's a really bad one, you might even get the
40.
full Michael Smith from him.
Yeah, and some ferret counting at its best there from Rob Collins, leaving the bogey number. I don't think he even looked at what he had, because the darts should have been downstairs to start.
55. Robbie required 125.
Let's see if we can tidy this one up.
$85. David, you require
Are you surprised at that
137.
MO? He hasn't gone for the ball first?
No, I mean, there will be an element of a not full sense of urgency in this game. I know last week we saw
97.
in
Robbie
the situation
required
Luke Litley
40.
using 4 bullseyes at the back end of the leg. I don't expect to see that here. I think both players will know how important the advantage of throw could be in that semi-final clash.
No score.
Short format game.
David, you require
with
40.
so evenly matched players.
Game shot on the first leg.
David Evans holds. It's only a 19 dart holder throw, but Rob Collins will be kicking himself 3 clear darts
Second leg,
to
it's
break
Rob
the
to throw
Evans throw.
first. Game on.
And he's passed the opportunity by.
Rob Collins is someone who's had a couple of Pro Tour call-ups due to his successes on the PDC Challenge Tour.
140.
He's also qualified for the UK Open. He went through one of those Riley's qualifiers, which, it's got to be said, they're very hard to win. And it's, I'm not saying they're
80.
hard to win purely on the talent field, because we have a completely mixed bag of players that go in there, from people who've barely played darts to local players to your Super Leagues, your counties. It's a complete mixed bag
41.
of players in an unseeded field, so you can sometimes get a bit of an opening in those draws, but the length of time of which you are playing in those, some of them people are getting in there 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and they're leaving there 1, 2 o'clock the next morning.
Well, I remember when Fallon Sherrock won her UK Open qualifier in 2020, that it was the same
58.
weekend as the Masters in Milton Keynes, and we were still in the venue tidying up on the Saturday night, and the news came through. It was about 12:30, 20 to 1, that she just won the final. It was
59.
that late.
It isn't easy to do, and to try and keep that level of concentration, and it goes beyond just concentration and determination. You're then starting to talk into things such as nutrition, because
92.
you're there for that period of time that it's going to start becoming a bit of a factor.
Should be a switch away here.
58.
And
Robbie required 170.
Now, we saw Moreno Blom wire this last game.
It would have been interesting to see
94.
if Rob Collins
David
saw that
required
from Moreno Blom, and then
164.
maybe tried to reel it in himself. If you missed that last game with Moreno, got the 2 trebles, and then got out the old fishing rod and reeled it in before going for the bullseye. I think Rob Collins, being a bit of a cheeky chappy that he is, would
55.
probably have
Robbie requires 76.
an attempt at it himself.
Oh, he'd have seen it all right. There's a massive screen in the players' practice room.
Well, we could hear the laughter from the practice room coming through to the commentary box.
Game shot on the second leg.
Nothing
Rob
funny
Collins.
about that one for David Evans. Rob Collins goes up to the roof of the board and levels us up. He's
third leg, it's David to throw first.
Someone we had a
Game
story
on.
shared with us. It was Chaz Barstow who dropped in the story. He was putting up a shed in the garden for his lad.
100.
Put the screws in the wrong places and ended up, well, let's just say it was a little bit leaky. It was one of those sheds that's great when the sun's
81.
shining, but if it's raining, it might as well not be there.
$95.
Yeah, it's a nice little tungsten tussle, this one. Not much between the players. One apiece, but Rob Collins in the back of his mind, I'm sure, will feel
85.
He should be 2-0 up.
That was in here with Henry then. Tungsten tussle.
Got to get one in a session, haven't we?
57.
It's tame compared to our colleague Chris Murphy's one that he often brings out and gets away with it. I know he's watching. You know, Chris.
45.
Chris Murphy was here the last couple of days, watching over Group B and Group C.
I'm just keeping his seat warm while he's off doing the PDC's Women's Series.
99.
A good day of action on there. A rare defeat for Bo Greaves over on the Women's Series today.
Yeah, and huge result for
42.
Rhiannon Sullivan as well
David
in the race
Require, 150.
for the match play.
Warming up around the world of darts. And here at the Super Series, we are gearing towards
90.
Another Champions Week. We've got 3 winners so far. Luke Little are the most recent. I know he's watching on holiday at the moment in Benidorm. Evening, Luke.
81.
Well.
David
Enjoying your
Require,
Holly
60.
Bobs.
Again, though, for those that do follow him on social media, it's a great advert for the sport as well, that most people would go away and enjoy themselves. Not Luke. He's gone away. He's watching us
Game
here at
shot
the
on the
MODUS
third
Super
leg.
Series
David
and having a
Evans.
throw.
He's been on the dartboard almost every single day. Now, I might be a bit more old school, but
Fourth
if I'm
leg,
in
it's Rob to throw
Benidorm,
first.
I'm probably not even
Game
got my
on.
darts with me.
He can't visit some of the places that you go to.
But then again, that's probably why Luke Littler's picking
57.
up titles left, right and centre. He's so dedicated to his sport. And I don't want to say too much because he's listening and he'll end up struggling to fit through the door frame. But
78.
I do envision massive things for Luke Littler. I do think next year we'll see him having a PDC tour card. So when he is here on the Super Series for the next time, make sure you do enjoy him because I don't think we're going to be
80.
seeing him here much longer.
Completely agree, Matt.
$58.
See a little puff of the cheeks there from David Evans as the cover shooting came up short.
I don't know about you, Phil, but when I look at a player, the first thing I do is I
58.
look for their weaknesses, and that's why I think Luke Littler's going to go so far, because at the moment I can't identify it.
Yeah, I completely agree that when you look at players, you think that's his strong point, don't give him darts here, or you look at certain players that it's their
100.
set-up play from around the 250 mark, puts them in there, and others it's their finishing and combination finishing, whether that's 2 or 3 darts. But I fully agree that at the moment, there are no
60.
weaknesses in Luke's game. Look, at some point, I don't want to pour water on the fire, but at some point, he will have a down period. Every dart player does, and I'm really interested to see how he bounces
95.
back from that little lull that he's going to have at some point. And look, if he ticks that box as well, then we've got a potential generational talent on our hands.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's not just dart players, sportsmen, humans in
119.
general. We all go through
David Require,
different things, but
170.
he's got a lot of support around him. I know his family travel everywhere with him. He's got the right people around him. Nothing beats a bit of family in your corner. And it's good to see everyone involved and
58.
enjoying the journey
Robbie
with him.
Require,
But we're back to
127.
everybody's favourite finish, the 127. Oh, I'd love to see the 1-2-7 and game with Charlie Courstefine on the stick. I know he's a big fan of the 1-2-7.
David, you require 112.
Again, a nice little pop finish. This one. Okay. I'm surprised.
40. Rob, you require 40.
40 scored, 40 left. Just like a roof. Roof goes on the top. This is the top of the board.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Rob
Levels
Collins.
it up. It's all going with throw in this one.
And we get a celebration from the man of steel
Fifth
as
leg, it's
well.
David to throw first. Game on.
Just
61.
frustration on the face of David Evans right now. Don't think he's completely at ease with himself up there.
He hasn't looked like he's been at ease with himself all night.
100.
When we mentioned that first game, pulling the darts low. But one of the real strengths is when you don't feel at ease, but you can still get the job done. That's what David Evans did in that opening game.
60.
And essentially, this is an opportunity for him to try and find a way to put that right and to find that David Evans that we've seen at points this week. He had a weekly high average, which is
59.
the highest we've seen from anybody this week so far. It was 107.17, an absolute demolition job to end proceedings on Thursday night.
Yeah, it was a little bit special.
46.
At one point, going into that final leg at 3-1, we did just start to pull the record book out, just to refresh our minds of what Jason Askew did
85.
many moons ago.
Well, remarkable that that record was from week 1 in Southampton, and it still stands to this day. Most records tumble, but that is one that is standing the test of time.
I do think it will be beaten at some point. Sort your act out, Luke.
60. David, you
Graham
require
Ostrander
154.
had a damn good go at it.
There's been a few occasions where it's gone close. Think back to Cam Crabtree on his debut here. 115 average.
84.
Way to introduce yourself to the viewers, that was.
Yeah, again, another potential young star.
41. David, you
And you
require
mentioned about
70.
David Evans not really producing it at the moment. Rob Collins in the same. You just sense that this game just lacks that bit of urgency about it. Both players know they're through.
50.
And
Rob,
let's
you
be fair,
require
if you'd asked them at the start of the week,
156.
semi-final, they'd have took it. So they'd probably have seen that as quite an achievement and quite a movement.
60.
Yeah, it's David
David,
Evans
you require 20.
looking at double 10 to put himself on the hill. I think that's awkward. I'm not sure he can see much of this. Now he certainly can't.
Slide to the left.
He could be in Southampton if he carries on.
10.
And how often do you see
Robbie
that when a player
required
goes all the way
96.
over and says to Charlie, just watch your ear, pal, because this one's coming over the top. And it kind of goes in.
If I get it wrong, you could have a nice stud in your ear.
56. David, you
The
require
apple on
10.
your head. But to keep the pattern going, the
Game
trend
shot
of
on the fifth
everybody
leg.
holding their throw.
David Evans.
David Evans puts himself a leg away from the match. It's not been a classic, but it
Sixth
does
leg, it's
still
Rob to throw
have
first.
importance
Game
into
on.
how this night is going to go. David Evans wins this next leg. He will be throwing first in the semi-finals. We'll let you know who will be playing who
60.
at the end of this match.
But no treble at the start of this leg
96.
for Rob Collins has just opened the door here. Again, we see a great little shot there. Yeah, come on from
41.
From Rob. He's quite upright in his position.
I was just watching the dart in the hand there, and I was trying to think who it reminds me of as the dart sort of sets back in the hand for Rob Collins.
96.
And it's took me a while to locate the name, but now I've got the name in my head. You're going to see what I'm on about. Colin Monk.
100%.
97.
Funny cocked angle.
At the deepest set, the risk coming back and flattening out the dart in the hand is very Colin Monk.
Just hasn't got
57.
The fish mouth to go with it.
Colin Monk, someone who will be quite local to here as well. Not too far away. He was here
133.
the start of the year. Played really well, actually, in that one. I was really impressed with him. He got through his group, and I thought he would go on to qualify for the Seniors World Championship as well. He was that impressive.
Just looking at David Evans there, I just like it. The elbow doesn't move. It's a full
60.
follow through.
Robbie required 170. $57.
No treble. Leaves a tricky 113. David Evans will want to apply maximum pressure here. Dart 2 is a very
85.
snatchy dart.
Robbie required 130.
Talking to his darts, David Evans. That's telling them what to do.
Looking for treble 19 to leave double 18, but the radar wasn't adjusted.
David, you require 107.
So Dan Louby won our opening game of the day with a 107 finish. This little mini group stage could start and finish with a 107. It won't.
75.
So Rob Collins.
Rob, you require 36.
To take us to a deciding leg.
Chasing nines.
Game shot on the sequence.
Last dart in hand.
Rob Collins.
So he's got a few fans in this evening being local, isn't he, Rob?
That's the beauty of being just
7th final leg. It's David to
24
throw
miles
first.
down the road.
Game on.
We mentioned that, though. Dan Louby, 4,500 miles away, and we can still see that American flag on the front table there. And a bit of support in here. We will see him coming back up later on in the semi-finals. Him and Wesley Harms qualifying through Group 1. The Man of Steel.
140.
To end with a bit of a bang. Nothing leaky about this last leg so far.
57.
No. And that 140 from Collins, coupled with a trebleless visit from David Evans, the door is open here for the Man of Steel to break in the decider.
134.
I don't think the door's open. I think the door's been smashed down. This is a statement leg here from Rob Collins.
Just taking it off the hinges.
97.
It's like Kane breaking into the Hell in a Cell.
$91.
There's a wrestling reference if you're not familiar with that one.
Oh, don't worry, I am.
Oh,
a little nod of the head from there, David Evans.
Rob, you
as soon as that dart left the fingers, he knew.
Yeah, we said cheeky chappy for Rob Collins. A cheeky little nod of appreciation for his
60.
own brilliance there, David Evans.
David, you require 67.
Here we are. For another holder throw, but this time it will seal the points. 10 for tops to win it.
47.
He's dragged it low.
Rob, you require 76.
Tops.
36. David, you require 20.
Well, if you thought there was no intensity in this game, look at that reaction of Rob Collins. Shows you what it means to him.
Game, shots, and the match. David Evans.
Tell these players it doesn't mean anything as David Evans pins double 10 first start and books his place top of the group. So we're going to take a short break now and the semi-finals will return very, very soon.
And so that is that as far as the group stage action is concerned here at the Modus Super Series. We're going to return at 10 o'clock for the semi-final and final action, but there's a little bit of a bonus treat before we get there. Matthew Edgar, obviously a part of our commentary team this week at the Super Series. Well, he was playing, wasn't he, a few weeks ago, and he caught up with his good friend Glenn Durrant for a little bit of a chat to talk about his playing comeback.
Matthew, who would have thought we'd both be sat here in Portsmouth, you preparing for the Modus Super Series today, fresh from your Iceland Masters win, and I think everybody here has expected my questions to be a joke between us, but it's going to be the total opposite because I really want to get the public to know you like I know you. But first of all, you're here in the capacity as a player. Just give us a little bit about your form, your assessment, your expectations.
Form? There isn't one really. I've played one tournament, or two tournaments now, which was over in Iceland, which happened since August, and that was tough going. It was tough work. I text a friend and someone who works as an agent for me at 11:30 in the morning, and the text said, "I'm finished." And underneath that, I sent another one and I says, "I can't even feel the dart in my hand," which is to do with the issue I've been facing with the injuries that have seen me out since August. Now, heartbreaking to text that message out, and I believed it. I actually believed it, and for me, it was got a couple of obligations that I've signed up to as part of trying to see where I am, see how this treatment's working, but as far as I was concerned, it wasn't going to work for me, and well, it was near tears, to be honest with you. I'm sort of getting a bit welled up even now just speaking about it, because I've played darts my whole life, and to some people they'll say it's just a game, but it's not just a game. It's been a lifestyle. It's been what I've sacrificed my life for. I've missed a big portion of my children growing up in order to travel around to play this game. But right now, off the back of that Iceland Masters win, one thing I felt is a bit of responsibility. I can't quit, because the level of support I got from people off the back of that, the text messages, the amount of people that contacted me to reach out and say how happy they was for me or watched me do that and was watching me either on Darts Connect or the stream. I also feel now there's an element of responsibility to do whatever I can to do my absolute best to reward that support, even if it is just maybe having one World Championship appearance.
Yeah, how can I go into something fun? I think that was the expectation when people thought I was going to be interviewing you today. A couple of things that you said there sort of resonated with me. You know, I was at the top of the world and all of a sudden, you know, I'm finished now. Can you just tell me a little bit more about that text? You know, was it genuine? Did you think this really is it? And what a difference 24 hours can make.
100%. I thought that was it. I even said to my partner who was there at the time that let's just go. You know, we've done the group stage. Let's just leave it. We won't bother with the knockout stage, because I genuinely didn't think I could possibly win the whole event. And it just shows you like what time difference makes. You mentioned there about like we're sat here now having this conversation at the most. It wasn't many sleeps ago. This would have been a Pro Tour match. And you was the Premier League champion, and I was qualifying for the World Championships, and I was in the top 64 in the world, and everything was looking. And it just shows like how time can change so quick, and appreciate what you've got.
Yeah, but don't forget, Matthew, you told me, Glenn, there's gold at the end of the rainbow. It's all about playing darts. And I don't know if you remember that conversation that you said to me, and it's something that I did cling to. And I honestly sit here now happier than I was when I was the Premier League champion. So many doors have been opened, so many things have been doing. And, you know, just sort of them words that you gave me that time, because everyone thought that we hated each other. And then to sort of work with you and get to know you a little bit. When you said, you know, when you'd done that interview, and when you were talking there, I could feel the emotion in your voice. It does take us back to tonight, though, the Modus Super Series. It is business, you know, you're here. Group B must feel good, the fact it's only best of 5 games, and, you know, it's sort of the ideal group. If you'd have been in Group A, Group B, Group C, it could have been a little bit tough on the body.
I couldn't have done it. It had to be Group B, and that's what I mentioned when we agreed to come into the Super Series. It has to be Group B. Because the other thing is, if this starts going wrong, which I genuinely feel like it could go brilliant, but the fact that I don't know is a unique thing. Now, before I'd go on to any stage in the world, and granted, I wasn't a champion, but I felt I could win it. Whether I did or I didn't, I believed I could. I sit here today and I don't know if I'm that guy.
That's really interesting, because I was the opposite. I was travelling the last 18 months knowing I was going to lose. So it is really interesting to see, and we're all keen to see how you do today. I'm sure, you know, your game with Scott Mitchell's been highlighted as the battle of the commentators. But, you know, while I've got you for a few minutes, I want people to get to know the real Matthew Ed, because, you know, the guy seems brash, the guy seems confident with Edgar TV, the guy seems really funny. But when you meet you, you're actually quietly spoken and, dare I say, a little shy. Can you just take me back to Edgar TV? Because how did it start, and, you know, where do you see it going? I know you're working with Modus on some of the exhibitions, and if you can just try and get a little flavour out to the people who are watching now, a little bit about you.
There's a couple of different stories to how it started. The real one, though, is I was about to play Michael Van Gerwen in the Players' Championship finals on stage on broadcasted TV. And I had a couple of mates round, and we was playing a bit of silly games and having a few drinks, a few beveraginos, and we ended up recording myself, interviewing myself about the Michael Van Gerwen game, and for whatever reason, I stuck it on YouTube. And I woke up the next morning, I thought, what have I done? And I looked on it, had like 6,000 views, and it's been picked up by different darts news sites and things, and they're all sharing it, and everyone was loving it. And I thought, I'll leave it up. And I went down there, and Michael came up to me himself, and he shook my hand, and he says, you've got to keep doing that. That was brilliant. It wasn't exactly those words. I can't repeat the exact words he said, but it was along those lines. And then I was like, okay, I'll go down the alley pally because I've qualified for the World Championship. I'll turn up early and make a bit of a joke video, one of your favourite Edgar TV episodes. And off the back of that, I really found a passion for it. I like learning new skills. And I was learning how to edit videos. I was learning how to put them together. I was learning how to sort of make it interactive and engaging. And now it's something, like I say, I couldn't live without. And I said it gives me what I feel a sense of responsibility now to put everything I can in so I can show people that it's always worth fighting.
Yeah, so listen, just finally, I just want to, you know, sort of people just to wish it all the best from me. Like I said, I think the expectation tonight is I'm going to be on comms, but I'm going to be treating this like the real ultimate professional that I want to be and aspire to be as a commentator. And I just wanted to sort of people to see the real you. I think it's difficult. I think even when I speak to people, I said, you bet you hate him, Glenn. I bet you all this, that and the other. But I genuinely wish you all the very best for tonight. Go out and enjoy it. Like I said, it's a game of darts in the end, and play with a smile on your face, and all the very, very best.
Cheers, Glenn. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where we are now down to the final four in the race for the first place at Series 4 Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar has been watching all of the action down in the commentary box. We've seen 6 pool matches to take us down to the final four, and here's what happened. He was alongside Phil Bars in commentary.
He found a way to get here, and it's credit to the young man. And as we say, drama on the final
required 55
day. However, for first blood in the opening game,
on the first leg.
And that is
Moreno
clinical
Blom.
from Moreno Blom.
Danny required 107.
Danny He's going to get a dart. He should. He does. It's at tops.
Game,
and Danny Laube gets over the line with a 107 finish. Moreno,
required
you're looking
40.
at your opponent who's strutting around the way Rob Collins does.
Game shot on the second leg.
Man who's
Rob
commanding
Collins.
the stage.
20.
At tens. Can he work off of it?
Game,
yes,
shot,
is the
and
answer.
The match,
and there we see the
Collins.
fist pump from the man of steel, Rob Collins.
So you're kind of only getting a dart at the ball, or you need another treble.
He's found that treble.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
is absolutely brilliant from Danny Laube. 81 to break. Going to get a dart at the ball.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
I'll tell you
Wesley
what,
Harms,
if you-
one.
Yeah, he's got a minimum of 6 to seal this one. May only need 3 as he looks at double 18.
Game,
That
shots,
is
and the match.
absolute
Wesley
majestic
Harms.
He's got a month without competitive darts where there's been no Pro Tours. It's only been Euro Tours. So you lose match practice, you lose rhythm.
Game shot
And
on
I
the
think
second
David
leg.
Evans was a byproduct of that as he doubles his lead.
A chance to level the game, and he will have the throw in the last leg.
Game shot on the sixth
Good
leg.
composure there from Ryan Palmer. David opportunity, he's carved it back. He's done the hard work. He's just give David Evans this opportunity.
Game,
and David
shots,
Evans says,
and
thank
the
you very
match.
much.
David
and that
Evans.
50 finish there. You think
56.
you won't get this. So he'll come back expecting
Game
the
shot on the
process would have
second
started
leg.
from that miss.
Moreno Blom.
And he levels us up. He did have a dart to get the break in the opening leg. He let that one pass him by. 20. For tops.
Game shot on the
By my
fourth
reckoning,
leg.
that is Wesley Harms confirmed. Rainer Brom scratches his head. He wondered what went on at the back end of that leg. He tried to have the
fifth leg,
setup
it's
shot,
Wesley to
but
throw
that
first.
9, that's the...
Going to get a dart at the ball for the big fish. He knows.
145. Game, shots, and
There
the match.
we have it. It
Wesley
is all
Harms.
over.
Attempt at himself.
Oh, he'd have seen it all right. There's a massive screen in the players' practice room.
Well, we could hear the laughter from the practice room coming through to the commentary box.
Game shot on the second leg.
Nothing
Rob
funny
Collins.
about that one for David Evans. Attempt at himself.
Oh, he'd have seen it all right. There's a massive screen in the players' practice room.
Well, we could hear the laughter from the practice room coming through to the commentary box.
Game shot on the second leg.
Nothing
Rob
funny
Collins.
about that one for David Evans.
David, you require 20.
Well, if you thought there was no intensity in this game, look at that reaction of Rob Collins. Shows you what it means to him.
Game, shots, and the match. David Evans.
That is what we saw from our 6 group stage matches this evening. Matthew Edgar was watching all of it. He's going to give us our lowdown on what we've seen so far. We're going to have a look at the results from those group stage fixtures now. Let's begin with Group 1. Good start for Danny Lauby, but for Moreno Blom, will he be disappointed when you consider the positive week that he's had, that it's ended the way it did on Saturday?
No, I think you should still see this as a positive week. He's had a good week. He's made it through to the finals night, which at 21 years old, if you're doing that every time you come down here, that's success. And he will be looking to do better next time and look and build on that and potentially go and win his own week. But I certainly think we'll see plenty more of Moreno Blom moving forward.
Tough group, though, with the likes of Wesley Harms and Danny Lauby, who we've seen at points tonight some really good stuff from.
Wesley Harms, we alluded to at the start of the night, has been the class act based on what he's done in the past. Those 2 BDO World Championship semi-finalists, the Grand Slam appearances, and the success he's had in that. But it's got to be said, he's not just been the class act of the past, he's been the class act of the present, because he's been the player to beat tonight.
As for Group 2, disappointment for Ryan Palmer in the end. First time here at finals night. And again, he'll kind of feel a little bit disappointed with what happened in the end.
Oh, absolutely. I feel disappointed today. However, when you look back at this experience, it's been a big step forward. When we look at the challenge tour that he went to last weekend and lost all 4 matches with nothing like even a performance that is alluded to when we look at a player like Ryan Palmer, to then come here off the back of that and then qualify, winning 4 from 4 on the first day, that's success for Ryan Palmer. That's a step forward, and you can certainly dismiss those negatives. He's shown a lot of fight.
So let's have a look and see how those tables ended up then in both of our groups to make our final 4. Wesley Harms winning Group 1. As for Group 2, that was won by David Evans. He won a last leg decider against Rob Collins. It wasn't a classic. Both players knew that they were through at that point, but Evans and Collins, we said earlier, didn't we? Any player in that group will feel like opportunity is there to be knocking tonight.
I think all 6 players came in here tonight knowing that opportunity was on the horizon and that any of them could actually win the entire night. I think if we have to put a bit of a hanger hat on someone at the moment, you'd go with Wesley Harms, who was the bookie's favourite coming into this. But it's not about the past now. When you come to these games, these semi-finals, this is where the prize money starts to jump quite big, which changes the perception of the task completely. And we can see some people in these situations really rise their game, and some people go into the shell.
Oh, sorry, so those are the groups. Now, the first place player in Group 1 will play the second place player in Group 2 and vice versa. So this is how it sets fair, then, the semi-finals for this evening. We're going to kick off in around about 3 minutes' time with Wesley Harms against Rob Collins, with the second semi-final being between David Evans and Danny Lauby. Based on what we've seen this evening, are we looking at Harms and Lauby on a collision course?
I think on what we've seen so far this evening, it's who's going to stop Harms. Because at the moment, the other three players haven't played to that level, but when you look forward and you look into these, it's kind of irrelevant what happens in those little mini groups at the start of the day. Yes, Wesley Harms has played really well in that time. He's got the experience of these sort of situations, but he hasn't had that experience recently. And that sort of recent form has not been there because he hadn't been doing the travelling, certainly during the COVID times. He relinquished his PDC Tour card. So this is sort of a step back for Wesley Harms, which could end up being a very good one.
As for that second semi-final, David Evans against Danny Lauby, we've seen this week that when it's come to the crucial points, we've seen some of Danny Lauby's best performances.
And that's what I mean about a game like this, a semi-final game, and the chips are down and the prize money's raised and it's getting very, very close. You can almost taste the opportunity. You can see the fact that Champions Week is on the horizon. And this is where Danny Lauby, like you've mentioned, has found his best stuff. He's struggled in the games where he didn't have that sort of meaning or that intensity. This one's got plenty of it, and we could now start to see the very best of Dan Lauby.
As for Rob Collins playing in that first semi-final against Wesley Harms, both players have made their way onto the stage. How big an opportunity is this for Rob?
Everything's a bonus, really, for Rob Collins. He's moving through this. We've seen him come down here before and sort of struggle in this a little bit because he still works full-time, and then playing in those evening sessions can get a bit tired. But he's had such a determination about him and such a grit. We've seen many faces when he's been playing up on the stage, really showing us the emotion. It's been really nice to watch and sort of engage with that. And, yeah, he's got his hands full here with Wesley Harms, but it's a short format game and it's a semi-final.
Now, you said earlier on this evening you couldn't split 6 players. Now we're down to 4. Have you got any further clues?
I think the stats and the data suggest Wesley, but this isn't about stats and data no more. This is about bottle. Who's going to hold it together at the key moments? You are going to get opportunities in a short format game like this. They're going to present themselves. It might be one of those two dark combinations, an 80 and 82, that is what's going to separate these players.
Time for the serious business here at the Super Series. The semi-finals are about to begin. 3 games separate one player from that spot at Champions Week at the beginning of August. We're going to kick off with Wesley Harms up against Rob Collins. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome along everyone joining us on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Semi-final number 1 of Series 4, Week 1. And it is Wesley Harms against Rob Collins. There we have it, Wesley throwing a 24-gram Red Dragon Darts semi-finalist at the BDO World Championships against the local boy, Rob Collins from Bognor, winner on the PDC Challenge Tour. And as the lad said up on the balcony, the stats suggest that Wesley Harms is the class act in this one. But we know there is a performance, and it could be a big performance in Rob Collins.
First player gets Wesley to throw first. Game on.
I think one thing I don't question with Rob Collins is bottle. He's up for the fight. He's up for the battle here. It's just, what do we get from Wesley Harms? I think this is about Wesley and the early indications. What a way to start the semi.
Starts with a max.
60.
Can he follow it? No is the answer.
41.
And for Wesley, he came into this, we asked the questions, we was like, he hasn't played that much darts recently. We know he played in the Dutch Open this year, reached the last 16, which means he won about 32 matches.
125.
Massive entry field in that one. And I'm sure he'd be happy with the last 16 in that event. It's split across 2 days. But we haven't got too much to go on. We know he's been playing the Super League out in Holland, which If you're not familiar with that, it's very similar to sort of like county darts in the UK.
Yeah, we see a lot of well-established, well-known players playing in it. Even the current pros playing it.
Yeah, they do keep to the darts quite a lot. We see a lot of the top Dutch pros still playing their sort of local leagues. So he has been semi-active, but certainly not to the point of where he's really needed a level of performance.
Wesley require 120.
Gone to the well a few times, and every time he's gone there, he has found.
Tops.
100.
This time,
Robbie
just clips the
require
bottom wire.
108.
Surely that looks a good marker just to bounce off of it, but doesn't use it. And you can see by his reaction,
100.
he's disappointed.
Wesley required 20.
He was probably going on the same thought pattern that you was thinking, hello, that's an
Game shot
invitation.
the first leg.
But the
Wesley
invitation has
Harms.
been ripped up by Wesley Harms. He shredded it. He's 1-0.
Second leg, it's
The
Rob
man
to
with
throw
the
first.
most dapper
Game on.
shoes in darts.
I think Scott Williams might argue that point.
You could argue it, but I'm not having it.
100.
They are a pair of Bobby Dazzlers.
As the one and only Bobby would say, beautiful.
100.
So in these short format games, the early holder throw can be quite crucial.
Yeah, it just cranks
100.
the pressure on this one. Because in a race to 4, the worst thing is being broken early.
27.
You're already chasing, and then you have to try and find a double break.
I do think we sort of
59.
over-egg the word at times, pressure. I'd like to say in this sense urgency. I think it's urgency here for Rob Collins. I think the pressure really comes to those individual
140.
moments where you've got a dart in your hand at a double and it's hit or miss. These sort of situations, there's still a little bit of time on your hands, but players do tend to
97.
break things down into mini sections. Most players are very guilty of going, oh, my scoring game's okay, but my finishing's not. It's a leg of darts. But they sort of break it down a bit too much.
57.
Robbie
Robbie
can't break that
required
one down to a finish. So
145.
6 darts here for Rob Collins at the 145.
That's exactly what you want, is 6 darts to get rid of the tricky
94.
little combinations.
Well, it allows you 3 darts to set up, which is perfect. You know, 3 darts to set it up, and then I can have a poke at the finish.
137.
That's a great
Robbie
setup there from
required
Wesley
51.
Harms. When you said pressure, this is pressure. This is, and case in point, he's come low.
He's only just hit the 3 as well.
11. Wesley required 40.
And that's the difference between urgency and pressure in that situation there. Earlier it was urgency, that was pressure. He didn't respond well to it.
shot on the
And
second
Wesley
leg.
Harms breaks
Wesley
the throw,
Harms.
doubles his lead, and the man we've described as the class act so far is continuing on that trend. An
Third
average
leg, it's
of
Wesley to
nearly
throw
94.
first.
But the
Game on.
disappointment written all over the face of Rob Collins. He knows that that could be a moment that could cost him his chances of booking himself into Champions Week.
Yeah. The local
100
player in the field now has it all to do, and had a quick wander out into the audience in the little break we had. Speaking of locals, King of Cosham
123
is in the house. Andy Jenkins come to have a watch.
Do believe he's a pal of Rob Collins.
Come to give him a bit of support.
180.
Andy Jenkins, I'm sure we'll see him in this series. Does love the Super Series.
81.
But Wesley Harms right now will be loving the Super Series. Could be in for a sizable payday
60.
here. And we've seen on social media a lot of support for Wesley Harms. A lot of people really glad to see him back playing again, and he's not at an age where we can't see a second wave from Wesley Harms, where he
100.
could regain what he
Wesley
had and maybe
require
even go a step
161.
further from what we've seen already on that quite impressive CV.
Yeah, I completely agree, Matt, that we saw him do some great things at the Lakeside and when he played in the Grand Slam. But there's no reason why he can't get back to that kind of level and that kind of performance. When you look back at the time he was playing within the BDO circuit,
Wesley requires 64.
my only surprise is that he didn't add one of those big titles to the resume, because he was always one that was spoken around in and around those times.
44.
I'm going to say,
Robbie required 110.
I'm not going to put a full stop. I'm going to put the word yet. It wouldn't surprise me to see another wave from him, but this is a crucial moment here for Rob Collins. He's gone for the bull. Now, that surprises me. The smallest
70.
target on the board.
Wesley required 20.
I think he's lost a bit of composure in that moment. Will he get away with it?
15.
Yes is the answer.
Robbie required 40.
He's got away with it because Wesley Harms has missed. Surely you just bounce off of it in
20.
He knows.
Wesley
He knows
required
what
5.
problems this could cause. All he can do is hope.
No score.
And those prayers are going to be answered very quick.
Robbie required
Wesley
20.
Harms missing the big number. Where is Rod Harrington?
matches can turn so quickly. Is that a turning point?
Game shot on the third leg. Rob Collins.
I like that. I've said I've enjoyed watching Rob Collins play, and that is why. In that situation, how many people do you see mopesy up to the board and almost, oh, I've won a leg, I didn't play very well, and Rob Collins doesn't care how he played. Rob Collins cares that he won the leg. A very good lesson
83.
there. To anybody watching at home, it's not about doing it in 10 darts or 11 darts. It's about winning the leg.
Yeah, so many players we see give it the old apology. Look, Wesley Harms has made a mistake.
60.
He's missed a big number. And you want to rub your opponent's face in it. Give it a big one. Remind him that he's made a mistake.
Absolutely. And then Wesley Harms kicks off with a trebleless visit.
85.
We was talking down Rob Collins' chances at that point. All eyes on Wesley Harms. But all of a sudden, we may have had a bit of a tide turner. That could be what I like to call a red
60.
pen moment. You always know when you write things down in red, it means important.
Needs to find a treble here.
60.
And can't. He wouldn't be a very good poker player, would he?
Does have the advantage of throw, though, so when you've got that, you can get away with
99.
a mistake. It's not really a mistake, because he's still ahead in the scoring stage of this one. Love another treble here. It's coming downstairs.
87.
A little bit of frustration. That's fine. That shows that he expected better.
All of a sudden, after that mistake from Harms, that first start,
60.
and there especially, it's getting a bit edgy. It's a little bit nervy. They're very snatchy darts.
And they've got every right to be edgy and nervy. They're looking at a place in the final. This is a semi-final
84.
match. A short format semi-final match. Sizable prize fund. Big jumps in prize money.
You'd love another to nestle alongside it.
140. Robbie required 102.
2 for tops.
62.
Oh, you saw the wire move, Matt.
Oh, it bent the wire. It's a really good effort there from Rob Collins. But I said 80 or 82 could be the thing that decides these games.
Wesley
and there
Harms.
is the crystal ball. It's an 82 finish from Wesley Harms. Love seeing
Fifth
that
leg,
way
it's
as
Wesley to
well.
throw
That ball double
first.
16. It's just so
Game
nice
on.
on the eye. Unless you're Rob Collins. He doesn't like seeing it. He doesn't like it on his eye.
He was staring, glaring at the balcony. He grazed the wire and didn't get another go.
100.
And now he is at the point of no return.
Just so ironic, I picked a number out of my head, and 82 was one of the numbers that we said could be a deciding factor, but that's exactly what I expected
61.
to see. One of these matches being decided by someone just taking out one of those 2, which turns into a potential 3-dart combination. Because when you're evenly matched, they are the separators.
180.
And now he is putting his foot down. Rob Collins' face suggests he knows his opportunity may have come and gone.
Yeah, Wesley Harms fires in his third maximum of this semi-final. And he is in complete control.
His 5th maximum of the day. He did hit 2 in his earlier game as well against Daniel Albee.
60.
Nearly tries to a 9-darter earlier on in the week. It will be a 161, and it will be with time.
140.
And that time just allows
Wesley
him
required
to set this
161.
one up if he needs to, or chooses to leave something a bit handy. It's going to have to be a set-up play from here. What's he going to pick?
99.
There was an argument there to utilise the bull. The 25 would have guaranteed him 2 darts at the double, when now he still needs a treble for the 2 darts.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the bull's a better option there. Because this is now
177.
Bundles
Wesley
of pressure
required
on.
62.
That's a flyer, and you can tell by the look on his face.
He did this earlier and then resetted, and it all worked out very well for him.
Game,
That's
shots,
just composure
and the
there from
match.
Wesley Harms.
Wesley
A good
Harms.
performance there. Rob Collins applied the pressure with a 177. It wasn't to be. It's a 4-1 success for Wesley Harms. 3 180s. He is the first man through to the final, but who will he play? Will it be David Evans? Will it be Dan Laubie? We'll find out soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we know our first finalist, and it's going to be Wesley Harms, who makes it through to the finale. Matthew Edgar has been watching that game down in the commentary box. Just your thoughts and reflections.
Wow, Wesley Harms. When he needed it the most, he produced it the most. And towards the back end of that game, he was absolutely brilliant. He was the class act. We keep mentioning it throughout the night, and he keeps proving to be that. And we was just enjoying a bit of the only way is up here in the live lounge, and I think the only way is up for Wesley Harms. He's coming back into playing darts again at the moment, and I can't see anything at the moment but continued upwards trajectory if this is what he wants to do.
So these are the stats on screen there. 88.24 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and basically it was kind of just a score in front of Rob Collins, really, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the 3-1-8 is the case in point in why that was. And if we have a look at that average of an 88.24, if you miss that game you've just clicked on now and you see the average, you go, what are they on about? That's not like world-beating stats, but it's the key moments, and certainly towards the back end of that game when he was given the opportunity to kick on and take the game, he did. Wesley Harms, mightily solid, and he's going to take some beating. What can Rob Collins take from this week? A lot. Well, first thing, he's going to take a sizable paycheck, which is going to be nice for him, get a few pounds in the pocket, but also I think he's brought his personality onto the stage a little bit as well, which is obviously good because it shows he's a lot more confident in being up here and what he's doing in this arena. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with Rob Collins moving forward. We know he hasn't played the Challenge Tour. Is that due to time? Is that due to expense? If it's down to expense, he's just picked up a sizable paycheck for this so far, so maybe he might go and have a go at one of those Challenge Tour events before, which we have seen him win. Well, we've got a second semi-final to come in just a second between David Evans and Danny Lau. We'll preview that very shortly. But first, it's one of our favourite bits of the week, isn't it? Check out the week time. It's been some good ones. There's been some good ones. Roll VT. The first is this 1-4-8 Mal Cumming, the Australian star, courtesy of ADC Oceania, gracing the shores over the course of the last 5 days. As for Lee Cox, this 1-6-4 came against Wesley Hahn and actually helped Moreno Blom en route to winning Group A. As for Danny Lauby, who took out this 1-4-9, going one better than Mal Cumming, and well, that was a quick one, wasn't it? Blink and you'll miss it when it comes to Danny Lau. We're going to see him in just a second, as well as David Evans, who took out this 1-4-1 checkout against Mal Cumming. And look what his opponent was on as well. And then Ryan Palmer, the Lion, a 1-3-8 against Lee Cox. First time here at finals night tonight. He'll take a lot from this week. So that's the cast list. That's the 5 you've got to pick from. Vote now on Twitter at MSS Darts, and we'll give you the result of that at the end of the programme. Well, we'll preview our second semi-final very shortly, but before we do that, let's relive some of the best of the action from last Saturday's finale. Owen Bates put in the best performance that we've seen at the Super Series in 2023 against Daryl Pilgrim. A fantastic average, a fantastic game. We begin this coverage with Bates 2-1 up, commentary from Chris Murphy and Chris Mason.
First leg, Owen to Sir Ophir.
Finals will not be before 10 p.m, which is when we join our broadcast partners, Sporty Stuff TV.
86.
Owen Bates, as we mentioned, after that defeat, can still go through after this match if he wins it 4-0.
I mean, if it wasn't for missed doubles, he was dominating the early stages of that match in the scoring phase.
Yeah, he was. All he's got to think of is winning the game, isn't it? Because if he does that, then of course, if you like Luke Little to beat Daryl Pilgrim, and he'll go through anyway. But Pilgrim has got other ideas, as we can see from the first 4 darts, the first 5 darts, the first 6 darts.
77.
Well, I suggested something dramatic was going to happen. Well, there's little more dramatic
44.
in darts than a 9.
Daryl, you require 144.
Can Daryl do it with his very first leg of Champions Night?
Boom.
Yeah, he wasn't particularly close, but we'll forgive him for that.
He's seeing the funny side of it.
Just tapping the old ticker a little bit there. I think he was getting rather excited.
105.
9 darts.
Daryl, you require
Always an amazing
86.
feeling, but to do one on TV.
Yeah, we're yet to have one in front of a crowd on a finals night. But that is some start from Daryl Pilgrim. He's here to play. Treat. Terrific tungsten this from Owen Bates.
It is class.
Fifth leg going to throw.
Well, the average has dipped, despite going out in 15 with a 120 out, to 115.
Useless. Well, it's going back up now. Oh, carry on, Owen. Well, now we know why they call him the master.
It's a masterful performance. Wowzers.
44.
We are in that territory of record-breaking stuff here at the MODUS Super Series.
Murph.
44.
He can't hear me.
The darting gods can. They're tuning in.
Well, it's darts from the gods from Owen Bates, isn't it?
60.
In a church.
And it's a win that will actually put him back on a level leg difference if he does get it done 4-1.
123.
And puts a prospect of a potential 9-dart shootout in this group.
Yep. If he does get over the line here and wins 4-1 and then Pilgrim beats Littler 4-1.
On your wire 154.
Exactly what we got.
Can you remember back to leg 1 when Daryl Pilgrim was on a 9? What's gone on? Well, part of what's gone on
96
is absolutely flawless finishing from Owen Bates.
Yeah, 137. The 120.
And then the other one, he only had 1 dart double because he was on it after 9 darts.
On your wire 58.
Double 8 for the 10.
18 for tops. To complete an absolutely astonishing performance. Wow, wow. That is elite level stuff from Owen Bates. In the end, the average is 113.29. The best we've seen on this Champions Week.
Well, are we going to see more like that in our second semi-final? It sees Danny Lauby in action up against David Evans. The prize, a place in the final up against Wesley Harms, and that place potentially at Champions Week at the beginning of Series 4. Right, let's tuck straight into the action then and rejoin our commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And here we are for semi-final number 2. David Evans against Dan Lauby. A real intriguing game, this one, Matt. It really is, because Evans has the throw, but I think Lauby's the favourite.
I think it's going to be a tough one to call and a tough one to split. Coming into tonight, David Evans 7-2 to win the night. Dan Lauby 5-1. And this is going to be another one of those games like the last one.
Game on.
Going to come down to who can hold it together at the right time. Be a opportunity present itself. But I don't even think we need to look back into tonight and into what's happened already, because at this situation, it's completely irrelevant what's happened in the past. It's about what's going to happen in front of us and who can hold that together, which is probably why you've predicted Dan Lauby there, because throughout the week, every time he's needed a level of performance, he has found it.
Yeah, I completely agree.
100.
I just think that it could come down to a moment of magic, and I just think Lauby has that in the locker at the moment.
135.
He does have ambitions to get a PDC tour card. That's something David Evans has had up until January of this year. He had it for the last couple of years.
59.
Courtesy of being the Challenge Tour Order of Merit winner. So if we are judging them on the fields which they choose to play and do battle, David Evans has succeeded on a level that Dan Lauby hasn't yet, which is one of the things you've got to love about this sport, isn't it? How you can... It's so unpredictable, even though statistically it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's a massive couple of weeks for Dan Lauby. Obviously, first and foremost, he's here at the Super Series trying to book his place at Champions Week. But then also on the horizon, he has that huge qualifier for the US Darts Masters, which for North Americans is huge to play at the Mecca of Madison Square Garden.
48. Danny, you require 147.
Absolutely. Opportunity as well there to book his place into the World Championships. Somewhere he's been twice already.
David, you require 116.
Nice for good level of performance. David Evans was there as well. He was there during COVID. He could be kicking this one off. A 116 finish.
76. Danny, you require 50.
He presents the opportunity here for Dan Lowby to break the throw.
Game shot on the first
I said this will come down to
Danny
moments and they'll
Lowby.
all get individual opportunities. The first one, David Evans misses a dart at the double.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Says thank
Game
you
on.
very much.
Yeah, and David Evans has just stood there at the back of the stage, and there's almost a worried look
57
on that face because the darts aren't flowing at the moment. He has work to do, and he can't find the answers right now.
57.
We know he can find the answers and hit the absolute pinnacle of performance. Just November of last year,
140.
during the peak period of our world #1, Michael Smith. David Evans actually got a victory against him in Players' Championship number 29. It was on the 5th of November.
100.
Yeah, and funny enough, David brought that up in the interview that I did with him, that he knows the game's there to beat the elite players. It's just that
60.
finding that level of consistency and that baseline in his own game. That's a perfect first start.
180.
One of those moments. From the way that first start was sat, there was never a doubt in my mind
94
that the others were going to
David
nestle
Require,
alongside
164.
6-3, 180s already tonight. That one, possibly one of the most important ones. The 164 is the highest checkout so far we've seen this
Danny
week. You saw it on
Require,
checkout of the week
150.
there, hit by Lee Cox. But sometimes checkout of the week isn't the one that's
41.
the biggest in
David
terms of
Require,
numbers. It's the one that's got the
100.
most context. And right now there's so much context around this 100 finish here with David Evans.
$60. Danny Require, 109.
Just sense this is a key passage of play. 9 for tops.
69.
He had to look twice.
David Require, 40.
He's gone over the flight, almost thrown at a blind bed there, and he couldn't see if it was in. He's had to arch his neck round.
35. Danny Require, 40.
Said it's those moments. That could be awkward. He's had to come around to open
20.
it up. Wasn't able to get past
David
the flight.
Require, 5.
David Evans has had plenty of opportunity here, but he's going to get another one. 2 twos. An exhale. A regrip.
Three.
And I thought that was the wrong way. I felt
Danny
he should have gone
Require,
right there because the
20.
dart was kicked across. And he's ended up with a bit of a flyer.
Game shot on the second leg. Danny Lowby.
Again, a fist pump there from Danny Lowby. Yeah, it wasn't vintage.
Third leg, it's David
But
to throw
the
first.
important thing is,
game on.
It's 2-0 to the American.
And right now he's probably thinking it's Christmas Day. Because when you get down to these semi-finals, and opportunities like that present themselves.
29.
Sizable prize money jumps as well.
140.
Right now, Wesley Harms is probably in the practice room. Not too worried about what he's seen so far. When I walked through, he was walking around with a steeliness and look on his face. I mentioned earlier in the week, he looks like a Terminator.
57. Sorry, Danny. David's first score was 28.
Just got a focus on him tonight that we've mentioned many times. We feel like Wesley Harms is the class act of this group, and we get the feeling here that he feels it as well.
Yeah.
Just a little score correction here. Just resetting the scores. And we're back underway again here.
56.
Will that little pause just help David Evans a little bit? Because it looks like the emotions was running away with him there, and he's getting caught up in the pace of Dan Lauby, and maybe that little
100
pause is just going to give him a bit of a reset moment.
Yeah, we all know that when you're playing a slow player, you can get caught up in that slow pace. But it's also the same when you're playing a speed merchant. You can get wrapped up in their quickness.
Yeah, and a lot of that will come down to stage awareness and presence as well. You can do little simple things like just take a longer walk.
100.
There's plenty of space on that stage. You don't have to walk right next to the exclusion zone. You can sort of loop around and just go for a bigger journey to bring yourself to the back of the stage, just to keep yourself within that pace that is suitable for you.
Well, one of the most famous and longest walks in darts was the Gerwin Price one moments before
95.
winning the World Championship, when he's
123.
halfway to the back room, has a look at the trophy after missing all those match darts.
83. David, you require 121.
Got to go, David. It's on. Pause check out of the week. Because
96.
that would have been
Danny,
on the roll of honour.
40.
Dan Lauby tops to break the throw for the double break of throw.
20. David, you require 25.
Lifeline for David Evans. Lauby has missed. 2 at double 8.
Game shot on the third leg.
And we heard
David
him. We got a
Evans.
yep. He knows how big that was. I'm going to go back to the 1-2-1, Matt. Although we didn't hit it,
first.
I was
Game
impressed with the dart at the 11. He didn't try to chase the treble. It was, I'm going to plonk one in the big 11 and back myself to hit the ball. Under pressure, clear mind.
He's clearly got a process that he believes in. We mentioned this earlier on when David Evans was playing.
96.
We said about he's got an unwavering confidence about himself. And that was certainly on show
100.
There. He's got a process. He believes that process is going to get him to where he wants to be. He's going to back it until the very end. At the end of this match,
85.
could go quicker than he wants it to. Dan Lauby racing off in this fourth leg.
100.
And I'm presuming here, but if Dan Lauby goes on to win this from this position, will he be happier? Because he's very much a rhythm player. The fact he'll be back out quite quickly, where semi-final number 1, although you can practice in the back room and keep your arm going, it's not the same.
You can, but on other situations, you can feel rushed sometimes. And when you have a big win,
137.
one of the first things you want to do is celebrate. You don't get that luxury with these sort of formats or tournament play. And sometimes you just take a moment just to gather the
100.
emotions.
Danny required 24.
This is a good leg. He's left 12s after
Game
12.
shot on the fourth leg.
13 dart
Danny
leg there
Lauby.
for Danny Lauby. And that gets some shouting going on the front row there for the guys sat around the American flag.
First. Game on.
The best leg of the second semi-final, 13 darts. A moment of quality from Lauby has put him on the hill of the
100.
final. And just in the last couple of legs, he's put 7 or 8 points on that average. There wasn't a lot between them, but he's just gone through the gears here, Lauby, when he's had to.
That end line is exactly what we've been saying all the time. He did it when he had to.
57.
He continues to do it when he needs to. That's why he's always good in these sort of situations.
100.
Wesley Harms waiting in the wings. That is the only game of the week as well that we have a bull up. There's no predetermined who will throw first.
59.
There will be a bull in the practice room. And at the moment, looking like Lauby might be a part of that. David Evans, though, has the experience, has the quality to pull this back. We're certainly not writing David Evans off at the moment.
97.
Finds a treble with his last dart, and that was needed.
100.
But Lauby is on a finish. He's not going to do it, is he?
About the 3 balls, I
100.
don't think he'll be attempting that. He did attempt
Danny
this
require
150 earlier on. He got the 2
150.
trebles and missed the double 15. He won't be repeating that one.
55.
Change. So the
David
shot
to
that won
require
Luke Little of the
88.
Super Series 3 could be the shot that saves Super Series 4 for David Evans. So Dart at the bull. Takes a breath. Composes himself.
63.
Very
Danny required
slightly
95.
low. Is that the last dart that David Evans will throw this week?
Going to get a dart at the ball to win it. Lauby for glory.
65.
But
David to require
it's
25.
erratic.
Game shot on the 5th.
David
leg.
Evans keeps
David
this
Evans.
second semi-final alive. He gets rid of the 25 to reduce the deficit to
Sixth
just
leg, it's
one.
Danny to throw first.
This
Game
is
on.
Danny Lauby's moment. He now has the throw to book a place in the final.
60.
And I can chuck extra credit on David Evans here. It's been someone who's been on the stages and you stand behind your opponent who throws a match dart.
42.
It is like, it almost feels like the heart stops beating, like time stands still. You just wait there in hope that you don't hear the call. But
140.
you also have this horrible sense of expectation that it's going to go in. So for David Evans to go through that moment and then just polish that up as clean as he did, credit to David Evans.
85.
In that situation, are you a looker or are you a listener?
In this situation, you're going to find out one way or the other because it's not one of those quiet games. You've got a
57.
caller there, you're going to see it. So, but I think I'd rather not see.
$100.
Not sure a ton is enough there. I think he needed another one.
140.
Fabulous last start from Danny Lauby Jr. And he is now down to 104 to seal a place in the final.
30 seconds ago, a ton might have been
43.
okay.
Danny
But
require
then when Danny Lauby puts the
104.
140 in, it does make the ton look a bit short. He's going to get 6 darts. And that just allows him to use this as a setup shot. 32 scored.
53.
Not too much damage there. He's left himself a 2-darter. David Evans going to need to find something here. Can't just throw singles. He's going to use the maths on the board incorrectly.
41.
Very
Danny
incorrectly. He could have used the ball in the
51.
19 there.
Tops for a place in the final
11.
for Danny Lauby. He glances, it's a nervous glance at the scoreboard there to check that David Evans wasn't on a finish, but the American will be back.
And that's where using the 19s and the ball there would have been beneficial for David Evans.
56.
And that is
Danny
music to the
required
ears of Dan
40.
Lauby. It's tops.
That's high. Drag low.
30.
And he's come inside. Match darts have come and gone. Now it's all getting
David
a little bit
require
nervous.
134.
All of a sudden, the expression on the face of Danny Lauby has changed. Oh my. Surely it's tops from here. For a skin saver. It's not going to go.
94. Danny required 10.
Second chances.
5.
And he's come low again. Multiple match darts have now come and gone for Dan
David
Lauby.
required 40.
Is this the great escape from David Evans?
Game shot on the 6th leg. David
8
Evans.
match darts for Dan Lauby have come and gone.
So
He
the
had the
final
throw.
leg, it's David to throw first.
He had the match in
Game
his
on.
hands. It has slipped away. David Evans from nowhere ends up stealing that leg. That's the
134.
reason that Dan Lauby is not in the back room now getting ready for a match in the final with Wesley
100.
Harms. 22 darts he has had at the double. only able to convert the 3. He could have had this done and dusted. He is now in big trouble. He has to break the throw with David Evans. And David Evans is having a second wind.
A penny for the thoughts of Danny Lalby right now.
58.
I imagine it'll be concerned, just like his friends in the front row there with the American flag. They are fearing the worst right now. You can see it written all over them.
100.
Dan Lalby, due to the maths, is 9 darts away here from a finish, despite the fact if he hits a 180. So
100.
Evans is guaranteed the 6.
170.
Oh, how matches can change on moments of madness, moments of brilliance.
57.
We've had it all so far tonight. Needs trebles and needs them quickly.
58.
And comes up dry.
Damage required 130.
You can't help but think, Matt, that those 8 match darts are playing on the mind of Dan Lalby right now.
Well, David Evans is in the same situation that Dan Lalby was not too long ago.
77.
He's got time. He's got that comfort factor. He knows he's going to be returning for match darts, but this is a situation he probably didn't expect.
David required
And here we go.
36.
From 3-1 down, David Evans now has clear darts at double 18 for a place in the final. He's chasing 9s and he's dragged it miles inside.
28.
The opportunity has
60.
gone for Evans. More match darts for Lalby. This time, Dan Lalby gets over the line. 9 match darts came and went, but in the end, it was Dan Lalby who gets over the line and will face Wesley Harms in the final after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have seen some drama in our second semi-final between David Evans and Danny Lauby. Lauby thought the opportunity went after missing 8 match darts in the 6th leg. Evans then took command of the 7th, but Lauby getting over the line in the end. Well, it's fair to call that a nervy encounter. Both players knew what was at stake, Matthew Edgar.
Both players had plenty of match darts as well. Danny Lauby, I thought the opportunity had gone because David Evans in that last leg raced down, and it was a complete flip around. In the first instant, Danny Lauby raced ahead. David Evans nowhere to be seen in the leg, and he missed all those opportunities. David Evans returned the favour. Danny Lauby will be happy with that, but what did we say beforehand? We said it's not so much about the long-term stats and the long-term picture. It's going to who's hold their bottle at the key moment, and that's all that was. Who could hold it together and hit that winning double?
Is it about forgetting now that semi-final as quickly as possible because of the way it ended?
He already has. I can guarantee you that. Danny Lauby won't be coming off here going, oh, it's lagging, I missed those opportunities. He's got a final to get ready for. You don't have time to worry and try and remember everything that's just gone on. I am certain that Dan Lauby is bothered more now about the final than missing match starts in that one.
Well, he's going to take on Wesley Harms in the final. We'll talk about that in just a second. But first, it's time to see who's on checkout of the week.
Ryan, you require 138. May not stay in the same segment this time, or he could. He does. The double nine.
Sean,
what a way. Ryan Palmer.
The deciding leg.
So Ryan Palmer's 138 winning check out of the week. Well, that was the best of this week. Let's see what's happening next week here at the MODUS Super Series. These are the players that are going to be involved in next week's action. The 2 ADC qualifiers from the European region are coming from Belgium. Jeremy Fagg's coming over from Australia. Mal Cummings going to come and have a second go in Group C as well. And of course, the 2-time reigning defending World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, in the lineup.
Robert Thornton is the man that instantly grabs the eye, because obviously those major wins on the World Seniors Tour, but he's probably got a point to prove down here. He's come down here quite a few times and just not produced, especially when it gets through to Saturday night in the finals. He's not quite hit that level, and he really will be disappointed with what he's produced here so far. I would expect that Robert Thornton is coming here to put down a statement.
We saw some fantastic stuff from Dom Taylor the last time he was down here at the Super Series. Placed in Group C this time. How do you rate his chances?
He's one of those sort of players that's been coming through for a bit and he's looking for his moment, or that bit that we can look at and say, that's the point that it turned for Dom Taylor and he really kicked on to that sort of next level. Is it going to be here? He's got a good group.
Well, let's have a quick look then and see our final that's in place this week, because Wesley Harms is going to be taking on Danny Lauby for the first place at Series 4 Champions Week. Matthew Edgar, run your rule through this final.
This is a player who's probably feels a little bit fortunate at places, Danny Lauby, to be here, but at the same time should have been here in the first place. So we can come into this quite free. They've both been here all week. They've had a great week, and this is just going to come down to this match. If we're looking at the form and we're looking at what's gone on tonight, we might as well give the trophy to Wesley Harms, but that's playing top trumps. This isn't playing top trumps. This is playing darts, and it all happens over the next few legs.
We are going to find out a best of 7 to see who's going to be the first player into Champions Week here in Series 4 at the MODUS Super Series. Wesley Harms up against Danny Lauby. It's a battle of the Netherlands and the United States for that first place at Champions League. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome to the Week 1 final here in Series 4, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Wesley Harms against Danny Lauby for a place in Champions Week. Looking forward to this one. And there we have Danny Lauby throwing a 22-gram target dart. Wesley Harms a little bit heavier, 24-gram.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
But Danny Lauby won the ball in the back room.
39.
How important could that moment be?
If it was important, it might no longer be, because he's opened this one with a poor score and offered hope to Wesley Harms from the very start. Just come
back into the commentary box after being up there with Henry, and I think the first thing I've got to do is get all these notes and bits of paper and screw them up and put them in the bin. Because finals aren't about stats, they're not about what's happened before. Finals are about who can hold it together, who can hold that bottle.
100.
Yeah, nerves will be jangled. That is for sure. Danny just composing himself.
41.
Well, one thing we know about both these players is they know how to win. They've both got a lot of titles. Daniel Albie picking up loads from America. However,
100.
Wesley Harms, a sizable list of achievements that in turn include Isle of Man, Italy, Scottish Open,
60.
French, England, Denmark, the British Open, the Swiss. Do I need to go on? You get the picture.
Serial winner. 2 trebleless visits.
60.
From Dan Lalby. But not punished as much as what it could have been. But he's hunting trebles.
57. Wesley required
Can't find them.
141.
Advantage Wesley Harms, and this would be for an early breaker throw in the final.
$79. Danny required 164.
This would be a roof raiser.
60. Wesley requires
4
62.
trebleless visits from Lalby. The radar isn't firing for Lalby.
Game
But
shot
it
on
is
the
for
first
Harms.
leg.
And
Wesley
that is a
Harms.
breaker throw in leg 1. Matt, you described him as the Terminator in the back room.
Second leg, it's Wesley
That's
to throw
efficient.
first. Game on.
Absolutely. Perfect start there for Wesley Harms. Dan Lalby unable to hit the ground running in this one after
60.
sort of limping over the line in the semi-final. I said I don't think it's going to have any lag, and he asked that
56.
question of when does he forget about that. I thought he already would have, but there's certainly signs here of just that little bit of doubt. Trying to win a Super Series week for the first time. Something we haven't seen Wesley do
26.
either, but I believe this is debut for Wesley Harms.
Certainly is.
93.
Every treble in a final is like a nugget of gold.
60.
Especially one like this where both players are going to be feeling the emotion, feeling the nerves. You can see that there. That's just a sign of tension when the darts are going in at different angles
45.
like this. It's a sign that the release isn't working. You see one dart went in flat, one was stood up, one's kicking over to the side. The release is all over the place, and he doesn't have
96.
time to put it right.
The thing is, they all know what is on the line, and it is a week
100.
where you're going to be playing for £20,000, and that week is called Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, Matt.
59.
It will feel like a long way away, but it'll come round very quickly. That's John Worsley. He was the winner of week 1 in the
100.
last series. But Wesley Harms, who broke the throw in the opening leg.
100. Danny
Hope here for
required
Daniel Albie. It's a shot
107.
he's took already tonight. He took it to win his match against Moreno Blom in our opening fixture.
89.
Context around
Wesley
finishes,
required
that one would have been
100.
huge.
Is he a tops man, or is he stay there? He stays there.
60.
Traditional way.
Danny required 18.
Yeah, I like that.
Game
I do
shot on
like
the
that.
second leg.
Danny Lalby's going to
Danny
love
Lalby.
that. He levels up this final. Wesley Harms did the hard
Third
bit.
leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Wasn't able
Game
to
on.
confirm that break.
Yeah, neither player at the moment
96.
has got their first dart right. That's what I mean. They're both low.
There's going to be nerves and tension. I mean, Wesley Harms, we've hardly seen him play darts, certainly not at this level, for a long period of time.
43.
He decided not to travel during the COVID days when he had his PDC tour card and sort of relinquished it without fight.
41.
But by being here, you get the impression that he is looking at something as a bigger picture. There is more to come from Wesley Harms. He did play that Dutch Open as well. But that, the first 180 of the final. And is that the moment now that this final starts to kick into
96.
action?
Yeah, and our cameraman doing a great job there of giving us that shot, that one there, where they just glide into the treble 20 when Danny Lauby is on song.
100.
Well, this, a much more convincing leg. And certainly more convincing when he's got the advantage of throwing first in this as well.
100. Danny
he has time on his hands
82.
to take the lead for the first time in this final. To be halfway
42
to the finishing line. He will be back. Wesley Harms, nothing he can do. 204.
And again, that dart at tops is what we call a professional miss. It was on the high side.
58. Danny required 40.
That's a great guide. Just come off of the two barrels.
No score. Wesley required
I'm surprised.
146.
He's used the mark as well tonight when he's been given the opportunities.
He'll be given another one, though, as well here. Wesley Harms.
100.
And this is what I said
Danny
at the top.
required
It's not
40.
top trumps. You've got to do it again.
Game shot on the fairway.
And he's not doing it at the
Danny
moment in this
Lauby.
final. For the first time this week, Wesley Harms is starting to falter when the chips are
Full
down.
flag, it's Wesley to throw first.
Can he
Game
regroup?
on.
Yeah, Danny Lauby halfway to the winning post. And like you said there, Wesley Harms hasn't been up against it many times this week.
100.
We will see what spirit is there, what fight is there from the Dutchman.
These two did play earlier on in our group phase. It was Wesley
43.
Harms who came out on top in a 4-2 success in that one. Game that had two big finishes, the 119 from Danny Lauby. But Wesley Harms won that match with a 1-2-1 finish.
60.
He may need something similar here because he's not got his scoring boots on.
140.
You just feel that Danny Lauby is making a move here. It's a bit like when you watch the 1500 metres at the Olympics and they're all clustered together. Who's going to make that dash for home first and who's got enough in the tank to see the job
99.
through?
$94.
Nice switch there from Lauby. Last start in hand as well. It always hurt the opponent because you're standing behind him and you're a bit of a watcher. You start to think you've got a bit of an opportunity.
60.
A 140 here for Lauby. Puts him in prime spot.
41.
Has he just passed up a golden opportunity? Because the door was ajar there. There was a genuine chance on the Harms throw.
125.
He had an opportunity there to make life easier for himself, but he will still have it in his hands. He does have that advantage of throw because he won the bullseye.
140. Wesley
In
required
these situations,
57.
there's no guarantees on a 57. Two darts at tops for Harms to level us up.
Chasing to tens.
47.
And he's come inside.
Danny required 43.
Key moment here. Two at tops. One at tens.
Game shot.
And it goes. Danny Lauby is one away from Champions Week. But all I will say, Matt, is he's been in this situation, this exact position before in the semi-finals. He was 3-1 up against David Evans, and it all got a little bit nervy.
But talk about confidence. Charlie hasn't even started saying, Dan, you
140.
require. And he's already at the board throwing. And then he comes back with a 140. Dan Lauby
65.
is starting to find at the most important time. He has the throw.
60.
He's got the scoreboard pressure applied on Wesley Harms. And that little shake of the head for Harms
knows he needs to get 2 in there. He's in trouble. This is all about Lauby.
If he finds another one, he's in deep trouble.
100.
What have you got, Wesley? Can you dig one out the bag? Of course he can. You do not reach 2 BDO World Championship semi-finals if you can't pull on demand.
100. Wesley required 156.
Huge scoring visit there from Wesley Harms.
$100. Danny, you require
Is
101.
this the moment of destiny for Dan Lauby? Not this time.
26.
He's made
Wesley
a bit of a mess.
56.
So that breaker throw he just got, that would make life a little bit easier for him. Could have gone.
52.
This is a match
Danny
opportunity.
requires
He
75.
should get at least a match start.
We'll get a match start at tops.
55.
And a match start.
Wesley required 4.
A final winning dart has gone for Lauby. Harms to keep this one alive. This is awkward.
2.
And he's not up to it.
Danny required
Dan
20.
Lauby. Is this the moment of destiny?
Game.
Yes, it is. Dan
And the MODUS Super Series We1 champion.
A 4-1 victor in the final over Wesley Harms and banishes the demons of the group defeat. And there we see him celebrating with his fans with the flag, and there are the stats on the screen there for you. Wesley Harms slightly the better average, but 1 from 8 was his undoing. 12.5% on the outer ring, 180 apiece, but Lauby 4 from 11, 36.36%. That's the damage done, and we saw it was the scoring phase in those last few legs, and we're going to hand you over to the stage now with Henry Deacon for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Phil. Danny Lauby, many, many congratulations. We started off the week down the beach, and now I'm standing next to you as the Week 1 champion. First of all, how do you feel?
Thanks, Henry. Man, honestly, I'm over the moon. Honestly, it's probably the roughest week I've had at MODUS this time. It's hard, a lot of adversity, just a lot of you're in your head. It's a tough week. Everyone's in there for the same reasons. That little room, I got to know new people. It's a lot to take in sometimes because everyone's fighting for the same thing. It's good to be here again and actually get it done. So I'm fortunate enough to get it done. I know that the play wasn't the best this time, but you got to land the plane sometimes.
Was it a week where you've learned a lot about yourself, maybe bits you didn't know before?
Definitely. I surprise myself sometimes because I know what I'm capable of. There's definitely no doubt in my game. I know what I can do, but just to get it done, get over the line, and winning's winning. When people say it's averages versus, you rather win with a not so good average, but then lose with the great average. And I know the last time I was here, I had a great average consistently and didn't win, but this time I was kind of the other way around, but got it done. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to get over the line, I guess, yeah.
Did that give you a bit of inspiration, the fact that obviously the way it happened last time, it was a great semi-final with Jack and you just came out the other side?
No, I have a lot of respect for Jack too, and I know the people I've met through this, honestly, yourself, just everyone, and hats off to the production crew and everyone involved. You guys do a just awesome job, but that was a tough loss. I thought I played well, and I did play well, and he just won. So it's kind of one of these. We didn't play it was a bad final. I mean, not bad. I don't want to say it that way, but statistically speaking, was probably not a great. It didn't feel like it was a great.
Was it because of the occasion?
I don't know what it was. It was just kind of like, I'm exhausted, man. I'm just tired. I just want to go home. I want to see the fam. It's been taking a toll. So it's just like just want to see the fam. Need a little recharge, I guess. It's been since Challenge Tour this, and then it's just going home, playing the CDC next. So I'm coming back home to play against them next week. So, but it does take a toll, I guess. Yeah, but. This is how winning's done, I guess. You got to fight through the exhaustion, I guess, because I'm defeated. I want to say a lot and thank you also to MODUS and everyone for you guys do here, because I'm lucky to be invited and be lucky enough to be here.
Well, it's been great having you this week, Danny. Couple more things for you just before we go. We're going to do a presentation. In Series 4, it's going to be a weekly trophy we're going to present to our winner. So I'm just going to grab that mic off you. We're going to give you a presentation now of the trophy. I'll just take that mic off you if that's all right.
Can I keep the mic? No.
I'll speak to the boss. I'll speak to the boss. Right, to do that, can we please welcome onto the stage, prime time, Matthew Edgar. If I can just get you two just to look into that camera there, if that's okay. There we go, the president. If I just get you to turn around, Danny, if that's all right, just into that camera there. There we go, there we go. There we go. The presentation. Danny, I'll let you go and get your pictures, your photographs done with that fantastic trophy. I'll have a quick chat with Matthew Edgar. So, ladies and gentlemen, Danny Lauby. Thank you very much, Danny. Well, Matt, if I just bring you in here. He mentioned it there. It was a final where both players knew exactly what was at stake. But look, sometimes finals are just about winning, no matter what the circumstances are.
It's exactly what we said up on the balcony not too long ago, that this is what it is, just bottle. That's all that came down to. Who could produce it when it mattered the most? And it's not top trumps. Stats are only so good until a certain point. I went into the commentary box, I screwed them up. It doesn't matter in a final. A final's a completely different game. A final is about who can hold it together at the right times. And tonight, that was Danny Lauby.
Well, he's going to be the first name through to Champions Week. Well, we've had a Champions League which has featured players from Australia, Canada, all parts of Europe, Holland, etc. We've now got an American into Champions Week.
That's the good thing about the Super Series at the moment. It's going global. The partnerships as well now with the ADC in Europe and in Australia. We're going to see more of this moving forward, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be taking part in the Super Series. And I think we're going to get some really, really good talent and some great Champions Weeks.
And if Danny Lauby's going to keep on winning, he's going to have to know where the camera is.
I'm sure he's going to know this venue very, very well, very, very soon. We're going to see him again very soon.
I think so. Well, Matt, it's been a pleasure working with you over the course of the last 6 days. I'm going to be with Chris Murphy and Glenn Durrant next week for Week 2's action, which is going to be headlined by the Fawn, Robert Thornton. But as for Week 1, it was Danny Lauby who raised the stakes and is the first player into Champions Week.